Whoops. Nope. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a public hearing meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, February 23rd, 2023 at 5:34 p.m. A quorum of the board are physically present, and we have Trustee Kaufman joining us via Zoom at the AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. To our audience tuning in remotely and here in person, welcome and thank you for joining us. We will move to the approval of the agenda. Secretary Boswell, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Let me check one thing real quick, sorry. Is Christine here? No. Okay. Having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve the agenda. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. All right, so tonight we have a public hearing. Next is an opportunity for the public to share comments with the board. This is a public hearing on the district annual report, which we're required to do every year. And so during public comment, folks can comment publicly pertaining to the 2021-22 Annual Texas Academic Performance Report. Members of the public wishing to participate in the public hearing portion of our meeting called a dedicated AISD phone line in advance of the meeting to sign up to speak in person or to audio record their remarks. Tonight we have 8 people who left a recorded message and no in person. We will now play the recorded messages for public testimony, so please listen carefully.
Hello, this public comment is regarding the 5:30 p.m. hearing on the district's academic performance report. My name's Elizabeth Ream. This is a complaint. I'm calling because ASD has released their major projects list through 2028, and Barton Hills Elementary was not on it. If you look at that academic performance report, you're going to see very high achievement at Barton Hills Elementary. It's a wonderful local school. I have 2 young children that I really hope will attend this school, which we're Zone 2, and it's also really important that people be able to transfer to this school. There are minor upgrades only on this major projects list, and this looks like a bold movement towards closing Barton Hills Elementary, which again, if you look at that performance report, has excellent scores. It's essential to the neighborhood, and transfers and local students need to be able to attend this school. We need the transfers to be unfrozen for next year, and portable space must be counted toward the school capacity calculations. Thank you.
My name is Ann Allensworth. I'm a parent at Barton Hills Elementary. This comment is for the public hearing related to the Texas Academic Performance Report. Barton Hills Elementary contributes to the exceptional performance you see in the 2021-2022 Annual Texas Academic Performance Report. Among all subjects, our campus performed at 92%, well above the district average of 73% for the approaches grade level standard. For mastering each grade level among all subjects, Barton Hills scored a 56%, while the district average was a mere 27%. Because we have capacity on our campus, both in our permanent school building and in our in our portable classrooms, and also capacity within individual classrooms, as we are well below the state-mandated student-teacher ratios. We hope the board will reconsider reinstating transfers to our campus next year so that more AISD students can enjoy our community and contribute to an even better academic performance report in 2023. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Wendy Cluley, a resident of Barton Hills and mother of 3 young children. I'm commenting on the TAPR to be discussed tonight in the public hearing. My husband and I want desperately to support the public school system sending our children here when they are of age. We moved to this neighborhood, Barton Hills, because of the exceptional performance that Barton Hills Elementary continues to have on the Texas Academic Performance Reports and on STAR tests. We continue to see that Barton Hills Elementary is contributing to that exceptional performance across pretty much every category. And because we have capacity on campus, both in our permanent school buildings and in our portable classrooms, We would really implore the board to consider reinstating transfers to our campus next school year so that more AISD students can enjoy this wonderful community and can contribute to an even better academic performance report in 23. This year, my daughter, who is at preschool at Athena Montessori, will not be able to have kindergarten with a lot of her classmates who have chosen to do kindergarten this year with at Athena. They will no longer be able to attend next year as first graders. We hope you can reconsider. Thank you.
This is Rita Hewitt, parent of students at Barton Hills Elementary. I'm commenting on the annual Texas Academic Performance Report. The students at Barton Hills Elementary has performed exceptionally well in building and in portable classrooms today, as noted in the most recent TA report card for Barton Hills Elementary and rolled into the Texas Academic Performance Report card that the board is reviewing today. Among all subjects, our campus performed 92%, well above the district average of 73% for approaching grade level for above on assessment. For mastering each grade level among all subjects, Barton Hills scored 56%, while the district average is 27%. We're asking the board superintendent Segura to include our stellar academic performance as an additional discretionary factor, and we should not be frozen to transfers. We shall continue to allow transfers so that our community can continue to foster and guide students to reach their full potential and achieve high academic performance and contribute to an even better academic performance report for the state in 2023. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Lori Powell. I'm a parent of a student at Barton Hills Elementary. I am calling to discuss the annual Texas Academic Performance Report. Barton Hills Elementary contributes to the exceptional performance you see in the 2021-2022 annual Texas Academic Performance Report. Among all students, our campus performed at 92%, way above the district average of 73%. For approaches grade levels or above on assessment. For mastering each grade level among subjects, Barton Hills scored 56%, while the district's average is 27%. Because we have the capacity on campus, both in our permanent school building and our portable classrooms, and within individual classrooms, we are well below the maximum student-teacher ratios. We hope that the board will reconsider instating transfers to our campus for the next school year. I repeat, we would like to reinstate transfers to the Barton Hills Elementary campus for the next school year so that more AISD students can enjoy our community and contribute to an even better academics performance report in 2023. Thank you for your time.
This is Maggie Coco, resident of Barton Hills neighborhood and a parent of a Barton Hills Elementary kindergartner, and I am commenting on the annual Texas Academic Performance Report. We are so proud of Barton Hills Elementary's performance in this recent academic performance report. We would love to ensure future excellence by lifting the transfer freeze for the upcoming school year. Our transfers are a core factor in our stellar academic achievements. Please consider opening our wonderful school back up to transfers so that we may continue such exceptional performances. Thank you.
This is Jenny Woolsey. I'm a parent of students at Barton Hills Elementary. I'm commenting on the annual Texas Academic Performance Report. The students at Barton Hills have performed exceptionally well in the building and in portable classrooms, and today, as noted, is the most recent TA report card for Barton Hills Elementary enrolled into the Texas Academic Performance Report card that the board reviewed today. We're asking Superintendent Segura to update the record now that his own staff has explained that our campuses like Ridgetop had other discretionary factors given to their capacity calculations for transfer freeze decisions. Given the stellar performance, our capacity and transfer decision should therefore include our student and achievement as an additional discretionary factor, and we should not be frozen to transfers. We should continue to allow students to transfer so that our community can continue to foster and guide students to reach their full potential and achieve high academic performance. Thank you.
I'm Zenobia Joseph, an educator, calling in reference to item 3.1, the 2021-22 Texas Academic Performance Report. I would just ask the district to be more transparent as it relates to the 8 schools that performed worse in Northeast Austin out of 11 that got worse scores, and also to transparently show the 47 schools that improved This was stated in an article February 12, 2023 in Austin American Statesman. I would also ask you to be a little bit more proactive as it relates to the zoning cases at the Austin City Council meeting. Today, there was items 54 and 55, the Berkman residential project postponed until March 9th. I would ask you to submit an educational impact statement for Harris Elementary, which has a C grade, and what the impact would be on the schools that are in that area, what we know as the old Reagan High School. I would just tell you that the Berkman project is proposed for 26.6 units on 0.86 acres, and that's for 1 and 2 bedroom units. Very few of these developments that are recodifying the 1928 plan have larger units for
This concludes the public hearing, public comments. Trustees, are there any questions or clarifications? No. Yes, Trustee Hunter?
Good evening, thank you. I'm a fan and love small schools, and one of the callers mentioned that they felt that there were moves being made to close Barton Hills. Can we have any response to that? What
Yes.
you feel that's happening?
Yes, I can certainly respond to that. So just to be 100% clear, there are zero plans to close any school. As all the work that came before the board as part of the long-range planning process, as well as through the bond process, we're actually adopting a growth mindset. We have created a process and system that actually invests in smaller schools. You can see that, by the way, of how we're building some very small schools as part of the modernization projects, as well as some of the staffing allocations that we're going to be proposing as part of the upcoming budget cycle. So that is absolutely not the case. And we are working with the Barton Hills community to kind of understand better where those concerns are coming from. I know we had a meeting last Friday, and we'll have one again tomorrow, but certainly looking for opportunities to clarify and make sure that's crystal clear that that is not the case.
Thank you so much.
Trustees, any other questions or comments? Thank you. So our next item will be a presentation on the 2021-22 Annual Texas Academic Performance Report and the District Annual Report. So Mr. Segura.
Thank you, President Singh. At this time, I'd like to invite Jacob Reach up to the table, and Dr. Hawley, as well as Carolyn Hanshin. Thank you.
Good evening, President Singh, Interim Superintendent Segura, and Board of Trustees. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight to present the district's annual report. This evening, I'm joined by two of my colleagues, Ms. Carolyn Hanshin, who is our Executive Director of Accountability and Assessment, and Dr. Stephanie Hawley, who is our Chief Equity Officer. And we are excited to be here to share, as I said, our district annual report. So state law and state statute actually requires that each district's Board of Trustees hold a public hearing, which we just had, and review the annual report within 90 days of receiving the Texas Academic Performance Report, which we commonly know as TAPER. And we get that from the Texas Education Agency. So TAPER is a summative report for each campus and each district in the state of Texas. So we get one for Austin ISD, and then we get one for every single campus of the district. The TAPER reports for the school year 21-22 were just recently released. And it's important to note that most of the data in the TAPER report has been publicly available for several months. But we now have a report that has all that information together in one single report. The tests that we're going to look at in a moment on TAPER were administered in the spring of 2022, so that's last school year. And the preliminary student performance results have been available since around June. Accountability ratings and final star performance results were publicly released last summer, and this data has been used in the completion of the district scorecard and in providing the foundation for campus and district improvement planning, board reporting, and our performance monitoring over these past 8 months. Thank you. So this overview is just going to provide the summary of the components that make up an annual report and a link to the items that make up the complete report. So our annual report for the 21-22 school year is already posted on the district website. It's also available to anyone who wants to come here to Austin ISD to review the whole report. It's a little over 2,000 pages total, so it's a hefty report, but we do have it available for anyone who'd like to come view it here. This presentation provides an overview of that report, and it contains a link to all those required elements. So as we've shared previously and sharing again tonight, there's really 6 parts that make up this annual report. That's our accreditation status, the TAPER, the Texas Academic Performance Reports, and that's for each campus and the district. Our PEAMS financial report, progress on campus performance objectives, a report on violent or criminal incidences, and a report on post-secondary readiness. This time I'd like to ask Ms. Hanshin if she can take us through some of that data.
We'll cover each of those required elements of the performance report, the annual district's report, first being the district's accreditation statuses. Our 2021 accreditation status was not assigned in 2021. The commissioner decided that due to the commotion, that disruption caused by COVID-19, that 2023 would be the next time that accreditation statuses are updated. So all districts in the state receive that not assigned status. Our financial integrity rating system of Texas assignment is the highest rating available. It's an A for superior achievement. And under the 2022 accountability A through F system, the district earned a high B with a numeric grade of 88. Our special ed determination status for school year 21-22 is needs assistance. A little more information about our accountability ratings. The district's overall rating of B is based on STAR, CCMR, college, career, and military readiness, graduation rates, and English language proficiency in 3 domains. Although the district earned an A in each of the 2 components of the school progress domain, the second domain that you see in the bottom 3 Bs there, we earned an A in both components of that domain, but we were capped at an 89 for an overall score because if a district has any school with a grade below 60 in a domain, then the district is capped at a B. It cannot get an A in that area. And each district is assigned a special education determination status. Ours is needs assistance, and there's 4 labels available: meets requirements, needs assistance, needs intervention, or needs substantial intervention. The Texas Academic Performance Reports, or TAPER, make up the bulk of the annual report. The following slides contain some highlights of the district TAPER, and we'll go through these slides fairly quickly to provide a sample of the extensive information that is available through the report itself. There's lots more information available. Much of the TAPER report is related to performance on STAR that was administered in the spring of 2022 for students in grades 3 and up. On each STAR assessment, students are assigned a performance label ranging from did not meet grade level to master's grade level. And you'll see that information in the TAPER for each subject and each grade level, and it's disaggregated by student group and in several different ways. The TAPER also includes some indicators that are called lagging indicators. This means that because of the timing issues in the collection of the data and the release of the TAPER report, the data are not for the most recently passed school year, but rather for the year prior to that. So the attendance rates shown in the TAPER are for school years 1920 and 2021. The 2022 reports our attendance rates for school 2021 as 95.2, 3.1% lower than the previous year. Graduation rates are also lagging indicators. The district-wide 4-year longitudinal graduation rate for this class of 2021 was 96.3, up 5.9% from the prior year, and up for nearly every student group. I think just 2 or more races was down slightly, but almost every other group showed an increase in graduation rates for 2021. And another lagging indicator, college, career, and military readiness, showed a decline for each student group in school year 2021. This was the year of significant COVID disruption, and students had difficulty. Many schools eliminated the requirement for SAT and ACT tests, and that probably contributed to some of our decline in college, career, and military readiness. The report also includes the district's enrollment and racial ethnicity profile on the fall snapshot date in October of 2021, along with student demographic information and enrollment by program. Also included is information about teachers and other staff in the district. This slide shows a side-by-side comparison of the race ethnicity profiles of teachers compared to students. And as you can see, Hispanic and Asian teachers are underrepresented in AISD compared to the student population, while white teachers are overrepresented in the teaching, in the pie showing the teaching breakdown. Teachers are also reported by years of experience. Over 65% of the AISD teachers have 6 or more years of experience. The financial data reported through the Public Education Information Management System gives a comprehensive report of the district's financial status. One of the notable numbers in the financial report is the amount of recapture funds that the district sends to the state, over $706 million for school year 2021, by far the most paid by any district in the state. Our recapture payment to the state represents 45.6% of the general fund. You will recall that Chief Ramos reported first ratings and financial reports during the September regular board meeting. Our campus performance objectives are based on the district's strategic plan, which can be accessed through a link in the annual report summary. In addition, performance objectives are addressed in the district scorecard. A link to the scorecard is also provided. Our scorecard goals 2 and 3 address House Bill 3 goals for early literacy and early math proficiency. 2021 results for goals 2 and 3 exceeded our targets in every area except one, which was a goal progress measure 2.1 related to map growth scores in math, I believe. I'm sorry, in reading map. For 2021, we were slightly below our goal 5 targets for post-secondary readiness. Although some of our scorecard indicators are aligned to the performance of specific student groups, our monitoring reports include performance by all groups. This slide shows outcomes for goals 1, 2, and 3 by student group. And on this slide, we show the outcomes for goals 4 and 5 by student group. The number of violent and criminal incidents is also one of the required reporting components. Number of incidents in school year 2021 was extremely low due to the remote instruction offered during the pandemic year. So school year 1920 information is included to provide a more equitable comparison for in-person learning. Student discipline percentages remain stable in school year 21-22 compared to the pre-COVID rates. And in each of the last 2 years, drug offenses resulted in by far the highest number of disciplinary placements. Also included in the annual report is the status of high school graduates from the Texas Higher Education Board. 45% of 2020 graduates who were tracked by the Texas Higher Education Board were reported in enrollment at Texas 2- or 4-year public universities or independent colleges in the year following graduation. This is down 6.1% from the prior year. And this is a breakdown by student group of those students who attended Texas institutions of higher education. And also tracked is the performance of those students in that institute of higher education. 65% of AISD students who graduated in 2020 and enrolled in a 4-year university maintained a GPA of 3.0 or better in their first year of college. This concludes our overview of the annual report, and I'll turn it back to Dr. Reach.
Thank you so much. So we're excited to be able to provide this report, but we do want to just remind our board that the requirement from the state is to share the data. But we want to assure our board that our work goes well beyond just sharing the data. Of course, it's very important that we're transparent with what's out there, that it's accessible to our families and our community members. But we as a district also use this data in real time when it comes out to make adjustments to what we're doing. And so briefly, we mentioned on how we've used this data to look at our scorecard planning when we developed the last scorecard. Also, our campuses look at it for determining where they have needs of growth and areas of strength so that when they create a campus improvement plan, they're goal setting off of their individual campus data. But most importantly, we do want to call out that while there are some really great celebrations here, there's also some areas that we still need to focus on, especially when we're talking about our gaps for our African American students and our students who are receiving special education services. And that's where Dr. Hawley has been really helpful in our partnership with that, especially working with AIR in our equity assessment. I'd like for her to share a little bit about that.
Thank you and good evening. We've been working with AIR since July 2022, and they've been digging through a lot of the data that you saw today. But one of the most important things to remember about the equity assessment is not just them unearthing what sometimes we already know, but they're also going to be coming with best practices, what's working at other institutions. And right now they're engaged in a lot of focus groups and preparing to talk to a lot of students. But they have a real I-beam on this data. And those, we often talk about the gaps, but we have to stop looking at the gaps at some point and start to move forward. So they're bringing forward the strategies that we're going to need at the school level, and hopefully some things that leadership, campus leaders can begin to do as well. And so we can start to see some changes. AIR also is looking at how we need to change policies. So they're looking at our policies, trying to determine how many of our policies actually may inadvertently support the gaps that we're seeing. So it's not just about practices in the classroom, but what we do here in central office and also what the board does as well. So that's kind of where we are right now with them. And they'll be sharing some findings in May and June this year, and then a real comprehensive report in October. But they'll be sharing information that we can feed into our LRP and to our campus improvement plans along the way as well.
Thank you, Board of Trustees.
Thank you so much for this presentation. Trustees, are there any questions? Yes, Trustee Foster.
So thank you for this, and I realize that this is a very quick representation of hundreds, if not thousands, of pages of data and analysis. The piece that I think is critical, you talk about errors, data collection, and analysis going forward, and what we've got here, a really critical area that I don't see us diving into yet, or at least not as represented here. Perhaps this work has begun, has to do with this sort of campus by campus analysis in terms of teachers' years of experience by campus, vacancies by campus and other areas where whatever we're doing to tweak, reform, improve, if we haven't accounted for the reality of vacancies, absenteeisms, and then also disproportionate number of novice teachers, then I don't think we'll get anywhere. So I'd love to see more of that come out as part of the analysis so that we can incorporate that into our adjustments.
Yeah, I was going to say that is a part of the equity assessment, so we will get some good information. And they haven't begun that work just yet, that stage of the work, but our community identified that also as an area of focus.
Thank you.
Any other trustees have questions or comments? Oh, Trustee Zapata, I'm sorry.
So I know that since we've come back, we've all noticed that we have mental health has been a real big issue and helping help students get back on track. So I'm curious how, I mean, I don't know what we're doing now. I mean, what is the process? What are we implementing? I remember that when we had integral care, the schools had a mental health counselor. Our high schools need 2 counselors. Middle school needs counselors. So I don't know what we're doing to address that, because until we get into their health needs of students, we're going to see growth. So I'm curious where that is in here.
Well, Trustee Zapata, for the question for future years, I know that that's one of the items that we've listed is budget priorities to look at, our counseling and our mental health for the future years. For where we're looking at the data, obviously it's strongly connected with a lot of the student outcomes that we are reviewing. There is not an outcome that's directly associated in this report with connection with mental health resources or something similar like when we were working with Integral Care, and I apologize, I forgot the name of the other partner, it slipped my mind, but we were actually looking at some of those outcomes of number of visits and how that may be correlated or related to other student outcomes as part of that performance reporting. But certainly we recognize that it also shows up in our criminal incidents reports. And, not somewhere that we want it to show up. Our goal is to obviously decrease that. But how we do interventions beforehand to help students with any of those types of outcries. So I think the quick answer to your question is based off of the report that TEA asked us to present, there's not a single indicator around mental health, but we know it's connected and it is a priority for this district.
And just Trustee Zapata, to provide maybe a finer point on that, we can follow up. I see Dr. Twella Williams and Dr. Jane Ross back there, and we've had conversations about what we're doing already. So perhaps providing an outline, a memorandum that goes to the board, and then we can also share that publicly just to kind of reinforce what we're currently doing and how that might inform our work moving forward.
Thank you. Trustees, any other comments or questions? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see the side of the table for some reason. Trustee Boswell.
Thank you all for this. I appreciate it. And thank you for sharing, Dr. Hawley, some information about best practices and data-driven strategies that AIR will be sharing as part of that work to address some of this. Because I know we have asked often, what do we know about what other people are doing? What can we learn from our data? What do we know about what's working other places? So I'm very excited to start bringing that to us. I have a couple of questions just about some of our lagging data here, the chronic absenteeism, the dropout rate, the CCMR rate that dipped during the pandemic. And I know that the data for 2021-22 is not in the TAPER report, but do you know if we have started to see that swing back up?
The monitoring reports in the the CCMR Goal 5 monitoring reports are some of those are current indicators, and I believe you'll get more in the report tonight from the group that's reporting on CCMR. So we do try to keep up with students who are enrolled in AP courses, for example, and students who are, what testing data we have on the TSIA or the ACT, SAT. So we do have some more current data. It's not perfectly up to date because some students come to us with tests taken other places that we don't have access to. So we can't get that perfectly, but there are leading indicators that we are tracking.
Perfect, thank you. I appreciate that. And then one of the things I really like about the taper is it lets us compare ourselves to the state. But I also know that we have leaned in very fully to disaggregated data, and the state data is aggregated in this report, and we see disaggregated for our own district, but not that side-by-side comparison. For anyone who's interested in really going deeper, has a special interest in students receiving special education students or services, or our African-American students, where can people find that if they want to go deeper into that data? I mean, there's so much rich information out there. So where would you steer people?
There's a state taper, just as there is a district and campus taper. So that would show the disaggregated by student group at the state level.
Thank you for that. And then I really wanted to highlight one bright spot that I see about graduation type and the distinguished graduation, that we have leaned in as a district to defaulting students to the distinguished diploma, and that is the one that gives students access to the top 10% rule at our state universities, for example. A lot of opportunities, and when we make that the default, we're helping our students have the biggest menu of opportunities, our graduates, and really requiring that extra math, that extra science for students who choose to remain in that. And just wanted to highlight that our district percentage is 87% and the state percentage is 80%, and that is a policy we made that I think is really bearing fruit. So, policies do matter, and it's beautiful to see that reflected here, and thank you for that.
Any other trustees? Trustee Hunter?
Thank you. I have a comment and a question. Maybe my comment is actually a lament. These are the same numbers we keep seeing over and over and over. And I see the data, and I'm always waiting for the implementation. And I know there is implementation, but I just feel like it needs to be targeted, like more. I don't even know, I don't have the words, honestly. When I look at African Americans and students receiving special education services, and the one thing that really concerns me, because I'm a big proponent, again, of the second C in CCMR, is getting kids career ready. 2% and over 1.5%, respectively, for African American and students receiving special education services. This is 2023. You can't even do anything with a high school diploma almost, right? There's almost like, that's that used to be like, if you got that, you got a good start. And it still is a good start, but we have kids not finishing. And I just, in my mind, I can't think of a reason why kids aren't finishing high school other than like a major life events and hopelessness. And my fear is that some of this is hopelessness. And I'm wondering, I know that I don't know the configuration of the, what are they called? They got a fancy name. Graduation coaches. Used to be called dropout prevention specialists. And a big part of their job was to, go knock on the door. I think I just want to know, like, what is that department, like, how is it configured right now? And you don't have to answer this. I didn't have this question earlier, and I'm sorry for that. But how is it configured? What is their processes, and have we seen a difference since 2021? Like, are we getting these kids through? Because we have to get them through and then on, right, into some sort of secondary education, whether that's a certificate or college or, apprenticeship with a local here in town. But when I see that, I honestly, in my mind, as a teacher, I'm like, do people still drop out of school? I mean, like, I'm thinking 1 or 2, but 2% is high, especially when you have a very small Black population. That's a lot of kids dropping out. And then I think it's 1.6% for special education students. To me, and maybe it's not contextualized in my mind, but that seems really, really high. So first thing I'd like to know is, what does that dropout prevention look like now, or graduation coaching? What does that look like now? And then have those numbers like preliminarily. I know we don't have like the final things, but are we saying like, man, at the beginning of 2022, 23, we had like 70 kids wanting to drop out and we got them through and only 5 kids dropped out, like just those soft numbers. So I'd be interested in knowing that, and just more that targeted implementation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustees have questions or comments? No. I have a couple of questions and comments. First, I want to say I'm so happy to see that we got an A in my favorite TEA category, which is relative performance. We all have our favorite categories, but I bring that up because there is a lot of rhetoric out there that somehow charter schools do better than AISD, and the relative performance is particularly interesting because it is comparing AISD with other school districts that have similar levels of economically disadvantaged students. And we have an A in that. And I can't quite see what the number is, but I'm just going to assume it's a good solid A, not an A minus. So I just want to say thank you to our teachers who are working so hard to make this happen. That's really, when I look at how a school is doing, I look first at this particular metric because it's just so important. By the way, in grade schools does not look at relative performance. They're just looking at absolute test scores, so FYI. The other thing I wanted to mention is I wanted to second what Vice President Foster was saying about the staffing. I continue to, when we see the same patterns for, this is now my 5th year on the dais, they haven't changed. We know that the teacher is the program. That's been a saying in our district. And so it is really, it's critical for us to know what the actual experiences of our teachers in our Title I schools, as you had been saying, Trustee Foster, as well as the vacancies. And I am glad to hear that AIR is going to be looking at that. Do we already have access to that data so that we can use it to inform our budget and planning for next year?
Yeah. Yes, we absolutely do have
Okay.
access to that data already.
And I'm just wondering if that is something that has been proposed to, or how you all have been talking about how we might change staff. I do know that y'all have been talking about it, so I'm really just giving an opportunity to share with us again and with the public on what you're doing.
Yeah, President Singh, Trustee or Vice President Foster, and Trustee Hunter. What you are describing is exactly what we're attempting to begin to do. It's focused. It's getting those school communities that have been at the back of the line to the front of the line, right? And that looks different depending on what the needs are, whether it's staffing allocations, whether it's prioritization in staffing, whether it's how we, look at even just the simplest things, whether it's, operations or facilities. All of these things have to be considered as we support these schools fully. It is focused. It is something our team has been, I would say, negotiating with, and as we move towards incorporating some of these elements into our budgeting process and into the budget, and then what policies actually have to be introduced to support the work. There's only going to be so much that we can do without the policies actually being amended to allow us to do it, because it's going to be different. It will be different. But absolutely, thank you for that comment, and that is absolutely what the team has been considering.
I appreciate that. And I'm wondering if there's interest in the board, if we might consider having an agenda item at an upcoming meeting where we're just deep diving into staffing at our campuses, just to get a better understanding of what that data that you're looking at is showing us. I don't know if the board is interested in that. Yeah.
We can absolutely accommodate that. It's
Okay.
just timing-wise.
I know. When do we stick that in? I don't know when, but it would be nice to have some movement on this so that as we're doing our budget
Yes.
now, we're moving into next year. And I know there's research, like we could talk for hours about this, I'm not going to, but did you want to say something, Trustee Foster?
Well, I guess want to lean in and appreciate one particular comment that you made about, maybe we'll call them pinch points, where I think that where we are in terms of transformative improvement, because transformative improvement is what we need in many sites, in many spaces, it's not going to be tweaks. It's going to be profound adjustments. And I guess what I would say, at least as Vice President and Policy Committee Chair, but also probably the board in general, whatever we can do to help. And so if we can look to policies and procedures that can be sort of codified at this level that will support good work going forward, speaking for myself, but probably for others, be really happy to take the recommendations and do the internal work to come up with the policies that lock in the best practices. So I deeply appreciate that particular, that little nugget of your commentary, and I think it's profoundly what's in order. So thank you.
Thank you. Another observation, and I don't know if we're really supposed to be looking at the data in this way, but when I'm comparing graduation rates, so we're looking at graduation rates, and it's interesting to see that, let's say, African American students, they went up a little bit between the class of 2020 and the class of 21, which is good to see. But then if you go to the next slide, which is their percentage of CCMR graduates, college, career, and military readiness, it actually drops by a few percentage points for our African American students. And so that pattern seems to repeat itself, actually, for our economically disadvantaged students, and probably a few other categories. It's hard to see. Maybe special education, I see that pattern. And also for Hispanic students. So I wanted to see if that's something that anybody had some insight on. Like, are we graduating more kids, but fewer of them are college, career, and military ready? Or what, am I interpreting that incorrectly?
I do think the pandemic year was a big influence on CCMR for the class of 2021, the students who graduated that year. The completion of the industry-based certifications was more difficult if the students were not there in person. The coming in for the testing for ACT, SAT, or TSIA was spottier than normal. Those are the areas where we get the biggest return for CCMR typically in those, the TSI readiness and the industry certifications. So I do think we saw a dip there that we will bounce back from this year. Our college, career, and military readiness scores have really gone up year to year and every other year, and I kind of expect to see that bounce back.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. And then I had a final comment. It was kind of, this is something that has been brought up a few times, but I just wanted to shine a light when we're talking about our violent and criminal incidents and thinking about our staff, like the campuses that are really working with students who have gotten in trouble with the law or disciplinary action, particularly ALC. Is there any thought about how we are staffing like mental health or drug counselors, particularly at ALC, to help move the needle on some of these indicators?
Good evening, Trustee Singh, Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent Segura. We actually are going to be staffing ALC with a full-time LMHP next school year.
Okay, great.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so they don't have one right now?
They have one that is grant funded, and we are going to pick up that on our local budget and staff that as a full-time position.
Okay, great. Glad to hear that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Any other questions from trustees? Great. All right, so, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Trustee Zapata.
So do we currently have mental health counselors in our high schools? I was just curious.
Good evening, Trustee Zapata. We do have a few on staff, mostly as selected by the campuses, purchased by those specific campuses to meet immediate needs. Those are not allocated by the district to specific campuses. We do have them centrally located and deployed to campuses, but there are a few campuses. I know LASA, for example, does have a wellness counselor, so in various spots.
Okay, thank you.
And then we have our trustee, David Kaufman. I believe you may have had a comment.
Yes, thank you. I just want to acknowledge what was said about the variation in the student results, and just to make sure that our public understands that this board clearly sees the gaps in performance that are present and have been for years, and that it is a huge priority for us, along with the current administration, to address those. And so I'm looking forward to this work collaboratively with the community and with the administration for us to really make an impact and to move well past these historic gaps and to achieve great things in this district in the next few years. I do, with all due respect to President Singh, I do want to suggest that we perhaps retire the phrase that the teacher is the program. While teachers are certainly the very center of the work of the district, and that we need to provide them with the respect and the support and the professional development and the growth opportunities and the working conditions and the compensation that they need and that they deserve. They're clearly the incredibly important factor in our education. But to say that they are the program, I think it kind of has led us to this point where we don't have an academic vision and we don't define what good instruction looks like in Austin ISD. And so I think that we need to define our academic vision, that we do provide a curriculum, that we do need to define the programs that represent best practice so that we can have consistency with the experience that our students are receiving throughout the district. And so I do think that we are heavy right now on assessment and testing and kind of weak on pedagogy and curriculum. And so I would just suggest that we continue to honor and focus on our teachers, but to also provide a program that can help them be successful.
Great. Thank you. Excellent points. Trustee Hunter.
To Chief Hosek, President Singh asked about the licensed mental health professionals, but she also asked about what we're doing. Like, when I look at the data for ALC, I see drug offense, drug offense, drug offense, drug offense. I mean, it's just, and then you're like, fight, but then it's drug offense, drug offense. Do we have a substance abuse program at ALC?
Yes, ma'am. They do the INVEST program at ALC and engage in family counseling with the student that is there. To be honest with you, I don't know the cadence of that program, but yes, ma'am, there is an INVEST program that is offered to students for drug offenses. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
I would like to ask the administration, not right now, I know you got your hands full, but I think it's super important. I'm not suggesting that Austin ISD, are you familiar with the recovery school?
The recovery school?
A recovery school.
Oh, not probably as familiar as you are.
A recovery school is where students who have drug offenses go, and everybody in that building is in recovery. Their teachers are in recovery. The assistant principal is in recovery. Like, everybody in that school has been where they are. And though that's a really big scale, but I'm just saying, thinking about staffing and having a section somewhere, I think that's something to consider when we see that that's an issue. Address it, right? And so I don't know how that's best done, but I think it's worth a look at recovery best practices when it comes to a recovery high school. I think that actually UT has a recovery high school, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, UT has a recovery high school. That's right here in our backyard for us to go and say, what do you do? How do you do? Let us, teach us, show us your ways or whatever. And I think that's just worth a look when we have kids that are, that are challenged with substance abuse, and then sometimes when we go to mom and dad, we're like, oh, mom and dad are struggling with substance abuse also. So just to kind of like help us get a better foothold in helping our kiddos. Thank you.
Trustee Singh, I was looking at Trustee Hunter and thinking about Trustee Hunter. So, yes, we can absolutely explore that. I think one of the things that I always want to be mindful of is kind of tying back to Trustee Kaufman's point. We have to have the academic vision. It has to align with our staffing policies, and it has to align with our budget. And also recognize that to get to a school like that, it's going to take a transition period. So if there's consensus once we get to that point, then we have to recognize that it's probably a 2-year plan to get there, to really think about staffing, hiring, kind of rolling, that's just a process that we have to go through. So I want to be very kind of open with y'all as we have these conversations, that anything that we talk about and explore will take some time to do well if we're going to have it stick. So yeah, absolutely we can look into that and provide some ideas and considerations as we move through the planning process and budgeting process.
Okay, I think we're good. Anyone else? All right. So before I adjourn, I just want to recognize, I think we have a couple of students in the audience. You guys want to just stand up and wave? I think I saw. Thank you for being here. We have a scout. Yes, thank you. Appreciate y'all being here. So we'll have to make sure and introduce ourselves after we adjourn. So right now we will adjourn our public hearing, take a short break, and then return to the regular voting meeting. So Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. All right, so having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to adjourn, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. All right, the motion passes unanimously, and the meeting is adjourned at 6:31 p.m. Do you guys want to just kind of go into should we take a 5-minute break and then come back, or should we just keep going? How are you feeling?
I feel great.
Okay, I think I'm hearing, what was that? Oh, yeah, let's take a 5-minute break so we can meet the kiddos, and then we'll start. Thank you. Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a regular voting meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, February 23rd, 2023 at 6:43 p.m. A quorum of the board is physically present at the AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It's also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum as down broadband and on channel 99 through AT&T Uverse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. To our audience tuning in remotely and here in person, welcome and thank you for joining us. I did want to see if there was any objection to switching the agenda around a bit before we formally approved it. So right now, after this voting meeting, we are scheduled to have an executive session followed by an open work session, which will be here on the floor and open to the public. But in consideration of our staff, we would like to flip those so the work session happens immediately after the voting meeting. So then the staff can go home, and then we'll have our executive session. So with that configuration, Secretary Boswell, do you have a motion to approve the agenda as I've described it?
Yes, I have a motion to approve the agenda where we move the work session above the executive session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a second? Second. All right, having a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve the agenda as described. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. So, Secretary Boswell, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Pledge to the Texas flag?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Juro lealtad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee. Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Te honro bandera de Texas. Te juro lealtad, Texas. Un estado bajo Dios, uno e indivisible.
Thank you. We will now move to our game changer item, which is our opportunity to recognize and observe important items happening in AISD and our nation. Mr. Segura, would you please share a recognition?
Absolutely, President Singh. I'd like to invite Dr. Jane Ross and Dr. Twyla Williams up to recognize the game changers.
Good evening, Superintendent Segura, President Singh, and entire Board of Trustees. You're in for a treat today. You're in for a treat because you're in special company with our counselors and also all of the 230. I don't know if they're all watching, but most of them are watching and cheering. So also in honor of National School Counselor Week that occurred this month, we're excited to recognize our CREST Award winners. And earlier, Superintendent Segura, you introduced Twyla and myself. I'd like to also introduce our other leadership team members. We have Danielle Camarillo and Daniela Garcia, who support elementary and secondary counseling. We also have Dr. Terry Wood, who oversees trauma-informed care and brain-based learning, and Dr. Kimberly Wilson, who supports all of our licensed mental health professionals that you were asking about earlier, who support the wellness of all of our students and our families, and we're very excited. We'd also like to express gratitude on behalf of Dr. Susan Diaz, who very much supports and believes in mental wellness and counselors. And I do want to give a shout out to Brandy Hosek, and I'll tell you why. She's probably like, huh? What do I have to do with this agenda item? We're lucky in our district to have a chief of human capital who was a principal who cared deeply about her counselors. I knew you, 2 schools, she was a principal at 2 campuses, and she consistently put counselors, counseling, mental wellness, and the supports, the 4 tiers of supports, as the top priority. So just want to say thank you for that. And now the real special guests of tonight. Ooh, we are so excited. So we have with us our CREST Award winners, and I believe that Trustee Chu, you'll be reading the recognition of them. I do want to say that they have put Austin ISD for years on the map. We have counselors and programs in districts across the nation who reach out to our counselors, our school-based professional school counselors, for supports, for ideas, for all of our charts and our crisis intervention plan. And most importantly, they take care of our students. They take care of our families in times of celebration and in times of loss. Our counselors across the district and our CREST Award winners here have saved lives every day. And I thank you so much for recognizing them today from the heart. We also, one of our CREST Award winners, Angela Vera, is going to be representing AISD nationally at ASCA. That's the American School Counseling Association, I apologize, and representing the wonderful work that we do. So like I said, you're in for an extra special treat. So I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Chu to read the wonderful acknowledgement of our counselors, specifically our CREST Award winners.
Yes, thank you so much. The Board of Trustees takes great pleasure in recognizing 12 elementary schools: Ross Baldwin Elementary School, Baranoff Elementary School, Brentwood Elementary School, Clayton Elementary, Leona Doss Elementary, Jocelyn Elementary School, Willie Kasurik Elementary School, Jodan Mills Jr. Elementary School, Lala Odom Elementary School, George I. Sanchez Elementary School, Summit Elementary School, and Zavala Elementary School for receiving the CREST Award for 2023. CREST is a continuous improvement document that gives a school counseling program an opportunity to demonstrate effective communication and commitment to obtaining results. CREST helps counselors to evaluate their counseling programs, promote their programs to stakeholders in the district, demonstrate the effectiveness of their guidance and counseling programs through empirical means, and to implement the Texas and national models for school counseling programs. The Department of Counseling, Crisis, and Mental Health acknowledges the exemplary success these counselors have attained in receiving this prestigious award. We congratulate Deborah C. Alexander and Heather Chapman of Baldwin Elementary, Jane Tackett and Denise Solis of Baranoff Elementary, Tess McKenna of Brentwood Elementary, Megan Lanier and Alex Ashby of Clayton Elementary, Natalie Perez and Catherine Meijer of Doss Elementary, Stephanie Turner of Jocelyn Elementary, Angela Vera of Kasurik Elementary. Thank y'all so much. Sorry, I should pause. I'm so excited to read everyone's name. Elise Edwards and Linda Waitley of Mills Elementary, Shannon Saul of Odom Elementary, Linda Washaleski and Sarai Vasquez Hernandez of Sanchez Elementary, Lisa A. Adams and Jamie Lewis of Summit Elementary, and Ken Peters of Zavala Elementary. These leaders for the Department of Counseling, Crisis, and Mental Health are Twyla Williams, Director, Danielle Camarillo, Elementary Counselor and Coordinator, and Daniela Garcia, Middle School Counseling Coordinator. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our counselors. You are the heart of our schools, and we appreciate you. Thank you, Dr. Ross and Dr. Williams.
Is it okay to take a moment? May they come up and shake your hands, the counselors? Is that appropriate?
Will you go to that? I'm great with that. Come on up.
Thank you.
right. So now our next items are under the president's report. So we want to share two changes upcoming for public comment and public participation. For public comment, starting for the March board meeting, individuals who call to provide public comment or public testimony will first reach a staff member in the office who will collect their information and help them with ensuring the message is left and ready for the meeting. But if the individual wishes to record a message, the staff will direct them to a voice mailbox and then confirm that the message was received in the mailbox. And we hope this will provide a more community-focused approach to working with our students, staff, community, and families when leaving recorded testimony. Also, starting in March, the district will stream meetings on Facebook, but with the comments turned off. Although we value the opportunity to create a public forum, our current policy outlines the methods that we provide public participation, and we do not have the ability to monitor chat as we do with public comments, and so have determined it is best that the comments remain off. And I will just share that we did discuss this at length. The whole board did, and we sort of came to a consensus on this particular issue. And one of the things that did come up was, you know, when people come in and leave public comment on general items, they're not supposed to say somebody's name, like a staff person's name, and there's certain rules around that that we can monitor when people are here in person. But if it's on Facebook, we're not doing that. We're not allowing that same level of, I guess, oversight on what is being said. And so that's part of the reason why we have decided to turn comments off. Individuals wishing to share public comments can always call our dedicated line prior to meetings to record comments or sign up for in-person testimony at our voting meetings. The community can also email the board at trustees@austinisd.org. And we want to remind the community that the best and most reliable place to watch board meetings is on AISD TV through public access, but we recognize that not all families have access to cable or over-the-air TV networks, so we are glad to have multiple opportunities for families to watch online, including AISD TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Also, AISD TV is the best option for closed captioning, as the service is provided by a closed captioning partner. Closed captioning options on the website and social media platforms are provided through the company's generated software and may not always be accurate or current with what's on the air. The district also maintains a backup of all board meetings on Vimeo and AISD TV, as we cannot always control the posting and storage options of video on Facebook. I would also like to open up the floor for other trustees to provide important updates and accolades, and would like to call on Trustee David Kaufman, who's on Zoom. So Trustee Kaufman?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President Singh. I just would like to take this opportunity to celebrate 2 February birthdays, the birthdays of 2 important organizations that have had a big impact in the fight for equal educational opportunity. First, I'd like to recognize the 94th anniversary of the League of United Latin American Citizens, better known as LULAC. On February 17, 1929, the founders of LULAC joined together in Corpus Christi, Texas, to establish an organization that would become the largest, oldest, and most successful Hispanic civil rights and service organization in the United States. Since then, LULAC has championed the cause of Hispanic Americans in education, employment, economic development, and civil rights. LULAC has advocated for legislation that promotes humanitarian relief for citizens and immigrants and increased educational opportunities for our youth. I'd like to give one powerful example of LULAC's impact that happened here in Central Texas. In 1948, LULAC, working with the American GI Forum of Texas, successfully argued the court case Delgado versus Bastrop ISD, which led to the end of legal segregation of Mexican-American students in Texas. The 2 lead lawyers for LULAC were George I. Sanchez and Gus Garcia. George I. Sanchez is the namesake of AISD's Sanchez Elementary. He served as LULAC president in the early 1940s. Also, AISD's Young Men's Leadership Academy is named after the son of the LULAC lawyer, Gus Garcia. The younger Gus Garcia received the 1992 LULAC Award for Political Involvement Education. And one final note, there are 15 local LULAC councils in Austin, including the Concilio Si Se Puede. Please join me in commending the League of United Latin American Citizens for 94 years of community service to increase educational opportunities and improve the quality of life for Americans as we celebrate their birthday on February 17th. Next, I want to recognize the 114th anniversary of the NAACP. On February 12, 1909, the NAACP was born when leaders, including W.E.B. Du Bois and Ida B. Wells Barnett, organized to pursue racial justice and an end to anti-Black violence. Over the years, the NAACP fought against lynching and segregation and fought for voting rights and economic justice. The NAACP organized to ensure the political, educational, economic, and social equality of minority group citizens and to eliminate race prejudice. The NAACP works to remove barriers of racial discrimination through democratic processes. One of the most well-known accomplishments of the NAACP was when their Legal Defense and Educational Fund, headed by the future Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall, successfully argued Brown versus Board of Education in 1954, which outlawed segregation in public schools. Currently, the NAACP continues the fight for racial justice in education and against the school-to-prison pipeline. We're fortunate to have a strong local NAACP chapter led by President Nelson Linder. Please join me in celebrating the February 4th birthday of NAACP and thanking the Civil Rights Organization for its 114-year anniversary.
Thank you so much, Trustee Kaufman, for those recognitions of LULAC and the NAACP. Next, we have Trustee Zapata. I believe you had a very exciting update to share about the Youth Employment Program.
Thank you, President Singh. Yes, so the Summer Youth Employment Program was created 30 years ago. My daughter was 13 and now she's 43. And it was created because it was an opportunity to help reduce juvenile crime in the city of Austin and Travis County during the summertime, where 14, 15-year-olds were not able to work and were just not, there wasn't a whole lot of things going on for them. So we have been offering summer youth employment training to help our students, number one, not only to not get into trouble, but most importantly, it's an opportunity for them to begin to learn about the world of work and how it's connected to their education. That right now, their job is to be at work, and that is at school. And so it's been a very successful program, thanks to the Travis County and City of Austin, who partner and invest in paying our students to work in the summer. We're very happy that this past budget, the city and county agreed to raise the wage from $7.25 an hour to $13 an hour. So that's pretty good if you're 14 and 15, right? And so we're very excited about that. So in partnership with the City of Austin and Travis County, I have been working with AISD leadership to provide trainings at some of our schools so that students have access to be able to participate. And 2 weeks ago, we held our first training at Mendez Middle School, and we had 120 students sign up, but 75 showed up. So that was a very good turnout for our first one. This weekend, we also have 120 students signed up at Martin, and it's from 9 to 2. Any students who are 14 to 17-year-olds can sign up or just show up. And we'll be happy you have to complete 5 hours of training. Your parent or an adult must accompany you. You must have a Social Security card and show proof of a school ID or report card, because it's required that you're in school. And it is not income-based. It's up to the students if they're ready to learn about the world of work. And then on March 4th, we will also do the training at Travis Early College High School from 9 to 2. So you can go on the Travis County website, and we do have a flyer. If you could post it, there is a link there for anyone else who is interested. These are not the final trainings. The county has other sites after. These are just the ones I'm particularly hosting at our AISD campuses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Zapata. I really appreciate that. And I remember going to one of these sessions last year, I believe, and it was wonderful. It's an amazing program. Thank you. So I'm going to ask Vice President Foster to give us the superintendent transition update.
So thank you. So item 4.2 is the transition update. Last Monday, the Board of Trustees met with our superintendent search partner, JR Recruiting. During the meeting, the board discussed a timeline for the superintendent search with a final decision proposed for May 2023. We spend most of the time discussing community outreach and stakeholder meetings, a survey for the community to provide feedback, and other methods for community awareness and feedback, including discussions around the openness of the search process. So next week, we plan to release our survey to the community, which will be one way that the public can share what they believe is what their sense of the traits, attributes we need in a new superintendent. We'll have virtual and in-person meetings open to everyone on March 4th, March 7th through 9th, March 13th and 14th. Times are being finalized and stakeholder groups are being contacted for outreach opportunities. When these are final, they'll be posted to the Superintendent Search website. The board's also scheduled a meeting on Wednesday, March 22nd, to discuss a superintendent profile and finalize the openness of the search. At this meeting, we'll take all feedback received from the community meetings, town halls, surveys, emails, and personal outreach to stakeholders. You can find more information about the search, the timeline, and previous meetings, including recordings from the meetings, at www.austinisd.org/board/superintendent search.
Thank you, Vice President Foster. So at this time, we would like to have trustees provide committee reports. Trustee Boswell, can you share the intergovernmental report and a report from our brand-new district committee, the Advocacy Advisory Committee?
Yes, I am happy to do that. Thank you. The Board Intergovernmental Relations Committee convened a meeting at 12:03 p.m. on Wednesday, February 15th. Trustees Hunter, Whitley Chu, Gonzalez, and Boswell were present. Jacob Reach and Edna Butts from administration were also present. We received an update about the Advocacy Advisory Committee and its membership. The committee discussed items to be discussed and shared at the first Advocacy Advisory Committee meeting, which happened last night, and I'll update you about that in a minute. The committee received an update on the bills filed that affect the district, as well as those that support or relate to our legislative priorities, which we adopted sometime mid-fall last year, and discuss meeting with Travis County legislators and staff in the next few weeks to determine how district and trustees may be most helpful during the legislative session. Finally, we discussed how we can coordinate with other school districts, education-related associations, city councils, chambers of commerce, and other partners across the state to support bills of mutual interest and oppose those that take resources from districts and erode local control. The committee will hold meetings twice a month during the legislative session. One meeting will be longer, an hour to an hour and a half meeting, and the other will be a shorter 30-minute meeting, alternating. Our next meeting will be March 22nd at noon, because we're skipping some time for spring break. And we'll convene as needed if we need to in between. We adjourn the meeting at 12:52 p.m. I also want to share a quick update before I get to the Advocacy Advisory Committee. There was a joint subcommittee meeting that focused on legislative work, and we shared some information at that as well. So we may be getting an update about that. Good. Last night was our first meeting of the Advocacy Advisory Committee. That's a new AISD advisory body. It still has some openings if anyone is interested. And the committee will be learning about our legislative priorities with us and working to advocate alongside us this year about a wide variety of topics we have adopted. We discussed the idea that advocacy is campus to the Capitol. It's not all what's happening at the legislature. Advocacy in many places in many ways, including to this body. And we had more than 25 members join us here at Central Office last night, and we listened to presentations centered on public school finance. Board of Trustees set the priorities for the 88th session with an emphasis on public school funding along with other issues. And our statement is that we support the original intent of recapture as a system to more equitably fund public schools across the state of Texas. Our focus is not to eliminate the system, but rather support significant reforms to the system in addition to increasing the basic allotment that's the per student funding in our schools. Our current recapture system relies on local property taxes to fund public education, and to date, this is the fourth largest source of revenue for the state of Texas. During the 21-22 school year, 160 recapture districts paid more than $3 billion to the state. It is estimated that during the 22-23 school year, $5 billion would be paid to the state, which is higher than was estimated in our revenue estimate. And that means that our legislators use recapture dollars to replace other state funding that would have gone to schools. The share from property taxes goes up, and the share of public school funding that comes from the state goes down. And we expect that this committee will help us come together with a unified voice to focus and support the best interests of our students, parents, and teachers. And then we hope this committee will also help us shape the legislative priorities for next session in partnership with our community. For more information, you can visit our website at austinisd.org/legislature for our priorities. And you can learn more about the Advocacy Advisory Committee and apply to join one of the empty spots at austinisd.org/advisory bodies. And for our next meeting, we'll be taking the committee going together to the Capitol to meet with our local legislators and their staffs.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Foster.
I might have missed it. Can you share a bit about committee composition in terms of who's on it?
Absolutely. I would love to share that. Thank you. That was a good question. We have a seat for one student from each of our Austin ISD high schools. Most, but not all of them, are filled. We have seats for family members, community partners, business representatives. We have staff, teachers, classified staff, administrators, central office employees. It's a broad spectrum of our community. We also sought people with advocacy experience and without, so we have a really broad spectrum of perspectives and interests. I see some people in the room who are on the committee. Thank you. So we really sought a big, broad group, and it's a relatively large committee. There's one in another district in North Texas that has 150 people-ish. We're not that big. We have about 50 spots. So, and great interest. There were 80 people who applied. So, yes, and I am especially excited about our student members who came and really contributed, and a couple of people from UT as well. So yeah, it's really it was a rich conversation, and yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Love that. Thank you. Trustee Lugo, can you share the board audit report?
Yes, yes, thank you. So the Board Audit Committee convened earlier today. Myself, Trustee Gonzalez, and Trustee Kaufman were in attendance. Due to scheduling and ICE days, today was the first meeting of the year and the first meeting with our new committee members. So we really took it as an opportunity for an introduction between the trustees and our third-party auditor, Gibson Consulting. We also discussed the risk assessment that took place last year, as well as the audits that are underway during this school year. And we have also decided that rather than meeting quarterly, we will begin to meet monthly, just given the amount of work that we'll need to review and go over the next few months, and in preparation for the next school year and the audits that will begin at that point. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all the hard work and moving up to a monthly meeting schedule. Y'all, our trustees work very, very hard. So I want to mention that last week we also had a Safety and Security Committee meeting on February 15th. The committee heard public comments regarding life safety issues. Aikens High School teacher Carlos Garcia and students then provided a presentation on the Sandy Hook Promise and their organization called Save Promise Club, which stands for Students Against Violence Everywhere. The SAVE Club is taking action at Aikens, ensuring a safe and supportive environment for all students, empowering young people to know the signs and how to take meaningful action, and advocating for meaningful mental health support for staff and students. The group also advocated for the use of the Say Something app at all district campuses, which is an online tool that allows the submission of safety reports that can provide proactive ways to intervene and support students' mental health, or to be aware of a safety concern quickly and anonymously. The administration shared support for continuing the discussion and reviewing the Sandy Hook Promise program. The committee also received an overview of a new training option under consideration by AISD Police for the CRACE program, which is Civilian Response to Active Shooter Events. We had our very own Lieutenant Cox give that training. I think he's here somewhere. And basically, this active shooter training is focused on the avoid, deny, and defend strategy for individuals facing a potential active shooter. Finally, the committee discussed the school safety audits currently happening in Texas and Austin ISD, and the next meeting will be March 21st. My second report is for the Joint Subcommittee, which Trustee Boswell had mentioned. The Joint Subcommittee includes representatives from Travis County Commissioners Court, the City of Austin, Council, and trustees. Our members are myself, Trustee Zapata, and Trustee Lugo, and this was the first joint subcommittee meeting since the election. So the meeting started with introductions and a brief overview of the committee. AISD provided a presentation of legislative priorities and district budget priorities. This was led by AISD CFO Ed Ramos, and Trustee Boswell was also able to provide information on Austin ISD advocacy efforts, and our focus on increasing the basic allotment, which would benefit all schools across the state. Edna Butts and Jacob Reach were also in attendance. The City of Austin also provided an update on affordable housing and their 2018 and 2022 bond work. Trustee Zapata requested more involvement on how the committee can best address housing needs and share resources between the governmental entities. Written reports were also provided on the resilience hubs in Austin, which provide a safe location for community members during emergency events. A future agenda item was added that would include an update from the City of Austin on the Homeless Strategy Office and their work to help provide housing with the community. Future updates would also include a legislative update, child care strategies in the area, and food and housing strategies. And the next meeting will be held in April at the Austin ISD boardroom. Trustees, are there any other committee or training reports to share tonight?
I'd like to share a report from the Austin Ed Fund.
Yes, Trustee Whitley Chu.
Thank you. The Austin Ed Fund's AISD's Educational Foundation is going to participate in Amplify Austin on March 2nd. And with your support, they hope to raise $55,000 for Austin ISD students and teachers. You can give to the Austin Ed Fund during Amplify Austin now through March 2nd at 6 p.m. To keep the support going. And thanks to a generous contribution from Sharon and Akshay Rao, each donation is matched dollar for dollar, up to $25,000. So any of us can serve as a peer-to-peer fundraisers, and we can win prizes just for participating, and kind of like a little competition if y'all want to get involved. I know I'm going to do it. So if you're interested, please let Michelle Wallace know at michelle.wallace@austinisd.org. So thank you so much in advance for your support.
Thank you so much. And I think I saw some posters out as I was driving into HQ today, so that's great. Trustee Hunter, did you have an update as well?
A small one. I've had my second meeting with Austin Partners in Education, and we've been doing our strategic planning as Austin ISD is the biggest partner. And the last thing that we discussed before I left is they are getting ready for Salute. And so we had the privilege earlier this week to meet with Teachers of the Year, and that was a really enriching experience. It was just fun also. But we're getting ready for Salute, and so Salute, the dates for Salute are out of my head. May 10th. And how many times did you make us say that? Like, we literally had to repeat it 3 times. That's the kind of student I was. So yes, May 10th, and so excited to celebrate our classroom teachers, our classified staff, our campus administrators. And so again, May 10th, Performing Arts Center on May 10th.
Thank you. Do we have any other committee updates or training reports to share? Okay. So thank you all. The next item is the superintendent's report. So Take it away, Mr. Segura.
Absolutely. Thank you, President Singh. Very excited to provide the interim superintendent's report. And so, it's been a good many weeks now, and we're definitely moving along quite well. We do have a presentation here. One of the things that we've been doing is continuing to focus on the priorities and all the work that must continue as we go through this transition. And one of the things that I've been working with the team on, and really I communicate at each and every time that I have the opportunity to, is that we're trying to build around values, not issues. A lot of my observations in this role have been that we continue to kind of react instead of be responsive. And so as we work not only in the board work session later today, but also in all the work that you'll see come out of the administration, it's around building those systems to address those values, right? To really make sure that what we're doing truly responds to the core values of this organization. So just a quick reminder of those priorities. We'll continue to discuss them, communicate them at each and every opportunity. You see them here, and again, we'll have that continued conversation later in the afternoon or in the evening. One of the updates I wanted to provide to our community as well as to the board is the work around the ERP. And it's the Enterprise Resource Platform. For those of you that do not know what ERP means, I did not know that for quite some time, but I certainly do now. And this is one of those things that it's incredibly important to this organization. It's an initiative that really, I think, has gone under the radar. And as you see on slide 5, what this effort will endeavor to do is to consolidate and collapse so many different processes that we have within the organization, right? It'll streamline multiple workflows, allow for significant efficiencies, and that work has been ongoing. It started quite some time ago, but we are moving towards a critical milestone. Some of the benefits of this endeavor include the ability to improve our cybersecurity standards, and also recognizing that, our entire system relies on data, right? And this data has to be managed. It has to flow through the system. It has to be able to be reported on and provided to all of those individuals who need it in a seamless manner. And I will tell you at this point, that is not the case. And so as we think about some of the benefits, we'll have improved customer service. Some of those opportunities were just communicated at the last information session by our Chief of Technology, Oscar Rodriguez. We talk about data sharing, accountability, end-to-end process visibility, and again, increased efficiencies. One of the things that I certainly want to share with you all as I've met with principals and teachers over the last several weeks is many of their frustrations actually can be distilled down into data and just the number of processes that we have to go through to actually pull information out to support our students. And so I'm really trying to work and connect this larger initiative to that kind of simple, kind of known experience that many folks in this organization kind of work through. We are expecting to be through the full implementation by July 1, 2023. This is going to require a very aggressive schedule that will allow us to have 3 months of testing. One of the things we have to do is we have to make sure that once it's launched, it works. And it has to work extremely well, which means we have to test. I am working closely with the teams to provide that support. It will include every single division within this organization, and we're moving very quickly towards that goal. One of the things that I think about, if I think about nightmares that I have, it's payroll, right? I want to make sure that every single individual in this organization gets paid in a timely manner, and this system is the foundation for that. And so we have to get it right, which is why testing is absolutely critical. So you're going to hear me continue to reinforce, the importance of this initiative, which isn't always kind of out in front, because it will have significant impacts in how we do work and how we can better serve our students and staff. So just wanted to highlight that for the board as well as for our community. Moving on to the 2022 bond program. As you all know, just this past November, we were successful in passing a $2.44 billion bond program. Yes, I will say that again, $2.44 billion. We do have a video that I'd like to share with our community as well as with our trustees before I carry on to the next couple slides. And so while we bring that up, one of the things I'd want to point out is, the planning around an initiative like this does not start, in December, nor does it start in November. It really started even before the bond had gone before the voter, just because we needed to ensure that we could deliver these projects on time and on budget. And so there's been so much work by the administration, by our partners, by our school communities to plan and develop these schedules. And so now we're at a point where we can begin to communicate with all of our school communities around the expectations of each of these projects, as well as when we'll start the campus architectural teams, the sequence of work, and also, what the engagement process will look like for each of these projects. We're very excited about that, and this week kind of represents the launching of all that great work. I think we're very close. Fantastic.
Thank you, Austin ISD community, for helping us pass the 2022 bond. You put your trust in us, and since November, we have been hard at work laying the groundwork for a program you can be proud of. We have carefully planned a schedule for our 25 modernizations that prioritizes safety and security in Title I schools, in addition to preparing for more than 300 targeted projects. The targeted projects, such as locks, fences, and HVAC systems, will mostly take place over the summers, and we'll be working with individual schools to roll these out. Since you passed the 2022 bond, we have already secured the initial funding to get the program started and are on track to deliver what we promised on time and on budget. A bond of this magnitude doesn't benefit only our students. We will also be prioritizing local and historically underutilized businesses to work on these projects. Thank you for placing your trust in Austin ISD. We are so excited for what the next 5 years has in store for our students, our staff, and our community.
Thank you. And so we're going to be, we have a very aggressive communication engagement strategy around the entire bond program. You'll see videos continue to come out as we move through these projects. As we move on to the next slide, you'll see the final schedule for modernization projects. In addition, you'll see the 300 additional projects on our website, again, focusing on HVAC, systems, locks, mechanical systems, and so forth. One of the things that I'm very proud of is that the sequence of projects, the scheduling of the projects, really embrace the work that came out of the long-range planning process, identifying historically underserved student groups, and just recognizing that getting those projects off the ground sooner than later and prioritizing those in the schedule was critical. So there's alignment. We've been able to identify how we're serving those groups and also the sequence of schedules and projects. So very excited about that. So as we move on to the next slide, I want to just communicate to everybody that we've updated the website. And here you can learn about the improvements planned for the specific campuses that were included in the bond book. Yesterday, we did hold a very successful lunch and learn with our local media to provide them with an update and overview of next steps. I'm extremely excited about the work ahead and just really, really proud of all the work the team has put into this and just ready to get going. So as we move on, I'd like to talk about AISD celebrations. The first will be Black History Month. So February is Black History Month. Austin ISD has had many events in observation of Black History Month, including the first annual raising of the Pan-African flag. a choral reading of Dr. Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, and a profile series on Black leaders and pathbreakers for whom Austin ISD schools are named. The centerpiece of our observance will be our 40th annual African American Heritage Celebration and Award Ceremony this Friday at 6:30 p.m. at the Performing Arts Center, hosted by students, family, and staff of Travis Early College High School. I will be there. The celebration is free and open to the public, and I'm excited to see everybody there. This year's Black History Month celebrations were made possible by Austin ISD staff and community members who collaborated to create an extensive array of events for students, staff, and families. I want to recognize Stacia Pascal from our Social Emotional Learning and Cultural Proficiency and Inclusiveness Department, who led the effort and went way above and beyond. We are grateful to the following partners and sponsors who specifically supported the African American Heritage Celebration and the Anderson Yellow Jackets film screening, Austin Alumni Chapter, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Austin Film Society, Austin PBS, Capital City Chapter of Top Ladies of Distinction, Town Lake Chapter of the Lynx, Austin, and the Austin Ed Fund. Each partner will receive a certificate of recognition from myself and the Board of Trustees. We are grateful for these community partners who invest in such meaningful ways to support our students, campuses, and families. Career and Technical Education Month. February is CTE month, and we are highlighting our wonderful CTE programs by celebrating teachers and students. CTE has more than 21,000 students and over 300 teachers. We are honored to have two CTE teachers who are teachers of promise, Alicia Nimrick at Lamar Middle School and Veronica Estrada at Clifton Career Development School, and 6 who are Teachers of the Year for their campuses. Enrique Vasquez at Lively Middle School, Gina Shea at Clifton Career Development School, Justine Lashley at Bailey Middle School, Del Mann at O'Henry Middle School, Sherry Shimray at International High School, and Chantel Willie at Lhasa High School. Our communications team did a fantastic job of helping us highlight some outstanding CTE students in a campaign that showcased those students on the website, social media, and other outlets. All right, we are extremely proud of Nick Lebo, one of the phenomenal CTE teachers at Austin High, who has been selected as the CTE State Teacher of the Year for CTAT, and that means Career and Technical Association of Texas. Coach Nicholas Lebo wears many hats for our district. He is a varsity football and golf coach, in addition to serving as CTE departmental chair and teaching business education. Coach Lebo holds degrees from the University of Texas, including a master's in sports management. He has been with the district for nearly 12 years. Coach Lebo will now represent CTE on a national level. Congratulations, Coach Lebo. We are absolutely. We're also rebranding our internal newsletter, social media platforms, and working on our outward-facing marketing campaign to better explain CTE programs, as well as feature more teacher and student success stories going forward. All right, moving on. McCallum, journalism star. Last fall, 2 journalism students from McCallum High School attended the National Convention for Scholastic Journalism in St. Louis. Alice Scott, a junior, was recognized as National Broadcast Journalist of the Year. Her submission included 5 video stories along with a written statement about her work. This is only the 3rd time an AISD student has been recognized nationally for their portfolio. We are immensely proud of Alice for her excellent work, and congratulations for telling stories that must be told. That's pretty impressive. All right. Winter musical season. We want to recognize the great work of students, families, theater directors, and district staff in producing the many musical theater productions that took place this winter in Austin ISD. There were many, many, many productions. I got invited to many of them. Just incredible. We believe that the performing arts are a valuable part of preparing our students to succeed in higher education, work, and life. One example was the great performance of All Shook Up at Northeast Early College High School, their first musical in 10 years. Musicals, it's incredible. This kind of performing arts experience should be available to all students across our district. With new funding from the 2022 bond program, we're working to create first-class theater facilities for students across Austin ISD. All right, moving on. Star Aikens wrestler. Let's congratulate Dione Topite of Aikens High School, who placed 5th in the state wrestling meet. Her record ends at an impressive 24-2. I'm gonna say it again, 24-2. That's incredibly impressive. Just super proud of that's just an incredibly impressive record, to be honest. I'm like at awe of it. So just incredibly proud. And with that, President Singh, that concludes the interim superintendent's report.
Thank you so much. All right, so next we have, we will move to the public testimony for items on the consent agenda. And members of the public wishing to participate will call and leave a message for their remarks, or they could speak in person. But actually, tonight we don't have anyone signed up to speak. And so this will conclude public testimony. That was quick. So next we'll move on to number 8, which is student achievement and scorecard goals. We're going to focus on our college career and military readiness mid-year review. So this is scorecard item 5.1 through 5.4. And so look forward to welcoming our staff to discuss that important topic.
Absolutely. I'd like to welcome the team. Gilbert Hicks, Dr. Fannin.
Oh, we did.
From the hearing.
Oh, that was from the hearing.
No, we didn't have any.
Okay.
Good evening, President Singh, Interim Superintendent Segura, and members of the Board of Trustees. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Gilbert Hicks, and I am the Interim Chief of Schools for Austin ISD. And with me tonight, I have, I'll go in order, Elizabeth Severance, who is the Director of Advanced Academics, Dr. Kreslin Fannin, who is the Executive Director of Early College High Schools and PTEC, and Tammy Caesar, who is our Director of CTE. Together, we will provide you with an update regarding Scorecard Goal 5 that's centered around CCMR, College Career and Military Readiness Outcomes bonus funding as it relates to student TSI criteria, dual credit, industry-based certifications, advanced placement, and international baccalaureate programs. So without further ado, Dr. Fannin.
Thank you, Chief Hicks. Good evening, President Singh, Superintendent Segura, and Board of Trustees. So excited to be here tonight to talk to you about Goal 5. So in order to be eligible for the CCMR Outcomes Bonus, annual graduates, they need to meet the TSI criteria for college readiness standards on the SAT, the ACT, or the Texas Success Initiative assessments for 3 student groups. So the first, annual graduates who are economically disadvantaged. Second are the annual graduates who are non-economically disadvantaged. And third are the annual graduates who receive special education services. So our presentation tonight, it will focus on the CCMR student achievement of the annual graduating class of 2020 and 2021. The 2020 and 21 graduates experienced an educational pandemic with challenges which pivoted our instruction. It also pivoted their learning and assessment methods. Needless to say, like you talked about, Trustee Boswell, we had to make some adjustments with all of those challenges that we did experience. So in our September 2022 board meeting, we shared that the preliminary estimates for Goal 5 was 34%, which was released by TEA in February of 2022. So this preliminary estimate, it was based on actual Texas Success Initiative criteria, the TSI, and industry-based certifications, IBCs. But the actual direct-to-college enrollment records, it was not finalized at that particular time when we presented. So what this means is that we didn't have actual college enrollment in the fall, because those graduates, they graduated in June, and then you have to wait until they enroll in fall into the college, and then TEA calculates that information in the spring, and then they produce the report. So just kind of wanted you to follow me with that cycle of reporting. So today, what we can share is that 33% of the 2020 annual graduates met the College and Career Readiness Outcomes Bonus criteria, the CCMR OBs. So this particular table that you see before us, it demonstrates our overall Goal 5 progress, which actually increased overall by 4-point difference between our 2019 and 2020 graduates. So follow me on this chart in red, with Goal 5 being the overarching goal. 2020, 2021, we actually had 29%. And then you'll see 21, 22, our actual was at 33%. So I'm gonna move down on to GPM 5.1. And I want you to focus in on the TSI criteria and our economically disadvantaged students, where it says that we were going to increase from 46% to 72% by August 2026. So from our table, we see that economically disadvantaged students completing the TSI decreased from 62% from our 2020 graduates to 54% for the 2021 graduates, which equates to an 8-point difference between the two cohorts. And so again, Trustee Boswell, you asked earlier in the public hearing about the challenges that we experienced. And I wanted to make sure that I went over those with you, and I really do appreciate Ms. Hanson sharing that information. She's right on target. This was during our virtual year of instruction, where we had to really balance a series of challenges as it related to college readiness assessments. We had the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board that changed the assessment from TSIA to TSIA2. Where they did the combination of English language arts in the reading section to make that all in one. And then we also had our students who only had to pass the math or the reading section to meet the CCMR bonus outcomes. Some more challenges is that the test administration, it moved primarily online via Zoom, where our proctors, they actually could only proctor about 5 students at a time, and they had to rotate in and out of these breakout rooms when they were proctoring the test to ensure the test security. And that reduced our testing capacity. We typically had an average of about 30 scholars at a time that would take the TSI in one room. And then the College Board, they actually allowed for cancellations of many of our general Saturday administrations that we host right here in Austin ISD on our campuses for SAT and ACT due to the COVID safety concerns for the spring 2020-21 and school year 21-22. And then lastly, one of the challenges that we had was that just across the country, many colleges across the country and the state, they adopted test optional admissions policies for the 2020 and 21 and 21-22 school year. And what that means is that those students, they didn't have to take or submit an SAT or an ACT in order to be considered for college admissions. And so the effect of all of this is that the SAT and ACT, which also serve as an exemption for the TSI, this was something that was no longer required. So I just kind of wanted to make sure we address those challenges that you mentioned earlier. I'm going to transition now to GPM 5.2, which is focused on increasing the percentage of economically disadvantaged students who earn at least 12 dual credit hours to increase from 3% to 25% by August 2026. So 13.4% of our economically disadvantaged 2020 grads and 14.5% of our economically disadvantaged 2021 annual graduates earned at least 12 hours of dual credit. And we really want to give thanks to our traditional dual credit programs that we have here in Austin ISD for our 11th and 12th graders. Also our early college, high school, and P-TECH programs that we have with Austin Community College. Our partners from the University of Texas at Austin with on-ramps. All of those collectively, we've been meeting to help us get to that target goal. And we're continuing to collaborate with our high school campuses to ensure that we meet that 25% goal. Next, we're going to move to GPM 5.3. It's focused on increasing the percentage of economically disadvantaged students who earn an industry-based certification from TEA's approved list from 5% to 15% by August 2026. Our data table, it demonstrates that our economically disadvantaged students slightly increased by 1 between our 2020 and 2021 annual graduates. So in context for this, the majority of our industry-based certification assessments, they really do occur during the second half of the spring semester in our CTE senior level courses. So when the schools were closed in March of 2020 in our initial response to COVID, our CTE teachers, they were unable to administer the majority of their IBC exams. Those exams such as ServSafe Manager that we have in our Hospitality and Culinary Arts program, as well as Patient Care Technician that we have in our Health Science Academy programs of study. And so lastly, I want to make sure that we review GPM 5.4, take a look at this data, which focuses in on increasing the percentage of economically disadvantaged students who complete at least one advanced placement or international baccalaureate course to 30% by August 2026. So what I want you to note here is that this is the only GPM that includes data from current 9th grade through 12th grade students. So previously, those GPMs only include annual graduates. This GPM 5.4 is current 9th through 12th grade. And so with that, for school year 21-22, 16.3% of all economically disadvantaged 9th to 12th graders completed an AP or an IB course. So for that additional context, what we know is that non-Title I campuses currently provide more AP and IB courses, and that those are our campuses with lower percentages of economically disadvantaged students. So one action step that we know that we have to take is that we need to include, and we're going to be including the Universal High School Choice Sheet, which will also allow for more students to have voice and have choice, which would really dramatically improve our AP course participation. We're also providing direct family outreach about the benefits of taking those AP and IB courses. And we're going to be sharing the disaggregated percentages with campuses for them to reflect on how they can improve at their campuses and how we can better support them as well. Next slide. So before we take a look at this next chart, I want to make sure that I remind us that the data that's being reported by TEA for our overarching goal, Goal 5, it is reported with a 2-year lag. So let's go ahead and take a look at this table. It's highlighted for you. And what you will see is that we finalized the CCMR outcomes bonus for the 2020 annual graduates. TEA designates, in order to qualify for an outcomes bonus, schools and districts must exceed minimum thresholds for college, career, and military readiness as follows. So in reviewing this first table, and we're going to move across the highlighted columns, what you'll see is that for our economically disadvantaged scholars in 2020, we had 1,836 annual graduates. When you move across the row, the next highlighted column shows TEA designated threshold of 11%, that's the minimum, which is about 201 graduates. And then when you move to the last highlighted row, Austin ISD had 411 annual graduates above that minimum threshold. And in the next row, for our non-economically disadvantaged graduates, we had 2,688 annual graduates who were non-economically disadvantaged with a TEA designated threshold of 24%, which equates to 645 graduates. And what you will see is that Austin ISD had 1,145 annual graduates above that minimum threshold. Moving to the final row for the scholars receiving special education services, we had 440 annual graduates receiving special education services. And so there is no TEA threshold, meaning all 42 of those scholars receiving special education services that met that criteria, they were eligible for the CCMR outcomes bonus. And we'll also see that they generate funding for the 42 special education scholars, but we know that we've got a lot of work to do, and we can do better with serving our students that are receiving special education services. And I personally have been working with Dr. Drew Robinette, she's here tonight, collaborating with her on identifying these 42 scholars and just really reviewing their academic records, seeing what those best practices are, and so how we can replicate this from what we know about those 42 scholars. We want to make sure that we create an action plan and that we share that out with our special education stakeholders. So moving to the chart at the bottom of this slide, our chart here breaks down the 33% of our economically disadvantaged 2020 annual graduates who met the CCMR outcomes bonus criteria by student groups. So the two student groups that we are most concerned about are emerging bilingual students and our students receiving special education services. And in collaborating with our members from the district CCMR team, from the multilingual education team and special education team, we explored what would be some points of inquiry for us, and what are those best practices that could really be some points that we needed to be intentional about our efforts with these student groups. And as I mentioned earlier, we're really going to do a deeper dive on how we can learn more about the 42 scholars who received the special education services, how they met those CCMR outcomes bonus. And what we did is we've launched a dual credit program at Greenleaf Neurodiversity Community Center. And we are collaborating with our special education department to learn more about those graduation plans and how they're determined for the scholars who are receiving special education services. So really excited about the work that we're doing with Greenleaf Neurodiversity Community Center. And in regards to our emerging bilingual scholars, after we consulted with our team and our colleagues from the multilingual education team, we decided that we knew we needed to develop progress monitoring efforts to identify who our advanced and advanced high emergent bilingual scholars are, which is determined by TELPAS, and review if that group has taken the TSIA2, and connect with our emergent bilingual scholars to our college access service providers. And so we know that we need to work together a lot more, and we know that we cannot work in silos. We have to come together and work with our teammates here in Austin ISD. So this next slide, oh boy, Chief Hicks is excited about this too, and so am I. We really wanted to share our CCMR outcome bonus progress for our economically disadvantaged students compared to the state of Texas. So this red line that you see, it indicates the percentages of Texas economically disadvantaged annual graduates who have met the CCMR outcome bonus criteria. And what you will see above that and trending higher is the blue line that indicates the percentage of Austin ISD annual graduates who have met the CCMR outcomes bonus criteria. So we are truly excited that for 2020, 33% of our economically disadvantaged annual graduates meet the CCMR outcomes bonus criteria, compared to the 10.5% for all economically disadvantaged students in the state of Texas. So we're really excited. You can give a round of applause for that we're trending higher than the state. We're really excited and grateful for the hard work that our teachers have accomplished during this unprecedented time with our COVID challenges. And we know we have a lot more that we need to accomplish to meet our target goal of 60% by August 2026, and we're going to continue to do this work together. Next slide. Okay. Our final chart here for the scorecard presentation, we're going to take a look at our economically disadvantaged student groups in relation to the goal progress measures 5.1 to 5.4, which is 1 year in lag. So before we dive into this chart, it shares information regarding our student populations, and I wanted to make sure that you were aware about the format of this particular chart. In our previous tables, we reviewed data by annual graduates. For this table, we're reviewing data by school year, and we've added the preliminary data for 2021 graduates. So I want you to focus in on the red note that TEA has not finalized the senior year data for the 2022 graduates. So it goes back to that cycle that I talked about of waiting for enrollment, calculating that data, and then releasing that data for us. And that's what that means, that their senior year of high school data, it just hasn't been finalized by TEA. That should come in around January 2024. And so you'll notice a large difference between the 2021 grads and the preliminary 2022 grads. But we're really confident that we can close those gaps when TEA finalizes that data. Next slide for me. So lastly, for GPM 5.4, we see that for our 2021 annual graduates cohort, that's 16.2% completed an AP or IB class, and our preliminary data for this school year is 16.0%. So remember, this is the only GPM that includes current 9th through 12th grade scholars. Next slide. So here's what's new. And I'm not going to read all of these bullet points for you. I just really wanted to highlight a few things for you, namely that our campus and district accountability training, campus and district accountability, CCMR, advanced academics, we've all been working together to provide these updates and training as it relates to our CCMR and working with our high school principals. We did a workshop with them this past January. The CCMR department, we've been following up and supporting our high priority campuses and training their campus teams as well, going over to those campuses and pulling together some people from their campuses to really dig deeper. And just in collaboration with Greenleaf Neurodiversity Community Center, which is the 18+ program providing the transition services, we just launched this new dual credit program, giving those students the option to transition to college at Austin Community College while still receiving that support from the Greenleaf staff. So we're really excited about those new developments that we have. And so throughout the school year, the College Career Military Readiness Department, we facilitated 4 different mastery prep professional development opportunities for our teachers and staff to learn more about the Texas Success Initiative Assessment 2. And that's our viable curriculum that we use here in the district, 8th grade through 12th grade, to really prepare them for the TSIA Assessment 2. Working with Mastery Prep to implement that into their daily instruction and really hosting their own campus TSIA2 academic preparation boot camps and workshops for us. And in collaboration with our advanced academics team, we've been working to incorporate our college access partners like API, Breakthrough Central Texas, Gear Up, supporting those 2024 annual graduates, our AVID team with TSIA2 preparation as well. So excited we're bringing all of these teams and departments together to work together and collaborate to help all of our scholars. Next slide. All righty. So the CCMR department, in collaboration with Austin Community College's High School Relations Office, we had to do a shift in our memorandum of understanding. Previously, that agreement was only for 1 year, and we shifted to a 3-year agreement with them so that we could build a long-term sustainability plan for our dual credit programming. And in regards to our PTech, our Pathways Technology and Early College High School programs, we made a significant shift with our course sequence change. So in our prior years, what you would see is that our students were required to pass the TSIA2 in English Language Arts and Reading section to take their final dual credit classes, to take their first dual credit courses, which was the EDC 1300. So we made a shift. We collaborated with Austin Community College. We collaborated more with E3 Alliance, collaborated more with just our CCMR team here in the district to make sure that we made that strategic shift to move our 4-year crosswalks and move that up to the workforce readiness courses that don't require the TSI readiness. And so what that means is that by the end of the 10th grade year, our PTech scholars will already meet the 12 college credit hours in this GPM. And that's a really significant change because typically they wouldn't begin their college journey until they pass the TSI. And some of them never got to start their journey at Austin Community College. So it's really helpful for us to make that shift of putting those level 1 certificates that begin with the workforce readiness classes at the front end of that sequence of courses so they can go ahead and begin their college journey. That's a significant change that I really wanted to say thank you to Austin Community College and Chancellor Rhodes for helping us to work on that. We also made sure that in supporting our campuses, having joint implementation plans for our advanced placement and on-ramps programs. And this way, our campus administrators can really develop a holistic advanced course plan for their students based on student choice and through our new universal choice sheets. And we really want to thank our counseling department for helping us with that and collaborating with us. And so this is the strategy that will also have a positive impact on GPM 5.4 as well. So I'm going to go ahead and pivot to my amazing CTE director, Ms. Tammy Caesar, and let her talk to you about GPM 5.3.
Good evening. When the Texas Education Agency published the third version, say that again, the third version of the IBC list, they changed a lot on us this year. We also had to align our CTE programs of studies with that list. The previous years, you could just have a IBC and it didn't have to align. So that was like a big shift in our work that we were doing. So we've been working with the district and campus leadership teams to align that and make sure that we're offering the correct IBC. And then the other strategy that we've been doing, as Dr. Fannin said earlier, we're collaborating with principals and teachers more, just kind of stressing that the IBCs are important and it benefits the students in the long run. We also created new sections in the SSIG, and I said the wrong name because we changed the name, the high school course catalog. And it aligns all our CTE programs of studies so parents will be more aware of what we offer at every school. Thank you. And now I would like to pivot to our wonderful Director of Advanced Academics, Dr. Sev.
Thank you. So to talk a little bit about our AP and IB enrollment strategies, just want to highlight a couple here. So one thing that we will be offering is 2 new AP courses in the 23-24 school year. So AP Pre-Calculus, which is a brand new AP College Board course. And part of it, College Board designed it to try to ensure that even students, if they didn't take algebra in 8th grade, can still have access to a college level math by their senior year in high school. The other course is not new from the College Board, but it's AP Seminar, and it is the first course leading to an AP capstone, and it is newly approved to be offered at every campus in Austin ISD. So one of the, as Dr. Fannin was mentioning, the universal choice sheet, this course will be part of that choice sheet, giving students and families the option to choose it. So we are not sure yet if it will happen or occur at all campuses, but all students and families will have access to see what these courses are. And then sort of to couple along with the fact that there are more courses being offered, we are trying to do more concerted effort of family outreach. So leveraging the family newsletter to share information about these new courses, as well as continuous outreach at community events about the benefits of some of these advanced courses and availability to them. And then I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Fannin to wrap us up. And Dr. Hicks.
So our Career and Technical Education Department, we're going to continue to monitor our industry-based certifications and just continue that professional development, those efforts with our campus stakeholders, because it's so important that they earn that IBC before they graduate and leave us. We want them to walk across the stage with something in their hand, something that allows for them to be employable. And if they choose to go straight into the workforce, they have an option to do that, and they have the tools and the resources to be able to do that. Our Office of School Leadership and Academics, we're going to continue to support our campus master schedulers as they develop the advanced academic offerings in advanced courses, AP, IB, dual credit, and our on-ramps course offerings. And we began to review the 2020 CCMR Outcomes Bonus kind of campus level report from TEA to really make data-driven decisions that will positively impact and influence our programming. Currently, where progress monitoring is happening and is being done in various parts of the student information system, our SIS and frontline, reports are being manually calculated to create a systematic approach to the type of support that we really want to give all of our scholars. Our internal needs assessment, it has shown us that we're in need of a district platform that monitors our student level data to support early warning indicators for our A through F accountability and CCMR outcomes bonus funds. A platform that will support us with our campus and our district level staff to have informed decisions about which scholars are needing support prior to graduation, how close we are to that accountability point for CCMR, really to help our principals and our campuses get to that student level data. Currently, right now, we're using those spreadsheets, Google, trying to hold it all together to get you these reports that you need, because as you can see, the data that we receive from TEA, 2 years lag, 1 year lag, and we really do need real-time information that we can get to our campuses and to our principals. But we're working with our colleagues from E3 Alliance, Susan Dawson, and Austin 2030, Dr. Melissa Chavez, and just exploring what those potential platforms could look like and what our options are to bring that to our executive leadership in the near future. I'll turn it over to Chief Hicks.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation, and we're available for any questions that you might have.
So much good information. Oh my gosh. We need to get our comms team on that graph where we're, I've already, yeah. I'm already like,
The notice.
that is some good news. So thank you. And your hard work is paying off, truly. So trustees, now's a good time for us to ask questions on the current vision. Our goal tonight is monitoring and ensuring our reality matches the vision presented. And when asking questions, we should try to focus on the data presented, asking questions about who, what, why, and how. So trustees, any questions, comments? Trustee Boswell.
I just want to start with gratitude for the richness of the information. I have like stars all over my notes, direct family outreach, how to replicate based on what we can learn from what's already working with those 42 students, the program at Greenleaf, and looking for new opportunities that all of our students really deserve. So really exciting to see this. And my first question, well, and also that chart, and I think, you know, we don't celebrate often enough what Austin ISD is doing extraordinarily well and exceptionally well, and that chart is one example of that. I think it's exciting for lots of good reasons, and I really, when you look at slide 3 and then you go back and look at goal 5, and our disaggregated data, as always, shows a story of what we need to work on, and our disaggregated data also shows for every group except our special education students, every group is doing double digits better than that state average. When we look at our African American students, when we look at our Hispanic students, our emergent bilingual students, they're all doing emergent bilingual English language learners, not quite double digit, but much, much better than that state average on that measure, which means we're really doing something right to create and support these opportunities for students. So really excited to see how you build on that success. So just want to really stop and celebrate for a minute. I have a real interest in learning what that outreach to families looks like when it's happening in a student's journey through Austin ISD. The newsletter is exciting, you know, there are lots of things, but how are we really, these are complicated decisions, and you're always trading early college, you're gaining something and losing something. AP, IB, you're gaining something and losing something. They're not easy choices with clear answers always. And so how are we really engaging and inviting families into that discussion early in a way that's not just informing, but really engaging and supporting and helping people navigate this with their students?
It really does begin early. You know, one of the things that I mentioned in the previous time that I presented to the board was that we started a Future Ready initiative, going to our elementary campuses and working with them and talking to our parents and to our scholars about college, career, military readiness. So that's one way that we're engaging our families, is starting early from pre-K through our 6th grade, happening at our elementary campuses. And I'm also going to let Dr. Severance pivot to her to let her talk about some work that her department has been doing.
So one of the things we have done recently was a college readiness symposium where we invited members of the community to St. Edward's to share out some of this information. One of the other things kind of that coupled along with the universal choice sheet was also, Tammy mentioned, the new course catalog. So one of the things that's very exciting about the course catalog, is so many departments working together to get all the information there. So for example, a common question we get from families is, how do I choose between AP, on-ramps, dual credit? And so in the course catalog, there is a side-by-side where campuses and families can see what the difference between those 3 different course options are. Because again, we're not in competition. These are all great choices for students. We also held town hall meetings. Dr. Diaz, we sort of spearheaded the academics town hall meetings in January. I believe they were in January, for middle school and high school. And again, we brought together multiple departments. So it wasn't just academics talking about the STEM and humanities pathways. It was CTE, it was early college programs, it was dual language, multilingual, about all the advanced pathways available to students. And then continuously collaborating with counselors and college advisors about how those pieces go to families as well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Trustees, anyone else? Yes, Trustee Sabata.
Thank you for all the work that you're doing. I just want to, earlier I talked about the Summer Youth Employment Program, and I've been thinking about, these are 14, 15-year-olds. They can't work anywhere. And they're coming because they want to make money, right? But we're also stressing the importance of their education, what we expect at school, like respecting your boss as your teacher, your principals, your adults around you. So it's really connecting the education. Once they have that job experience, they begin to really do more self-reflection and say, oh, now I know next year I need to do more math, or I need to do this because I didn't like this job. I'm going to look at this other job and I'm going to try, so they begin really thinking and owning their education. So I'm thinking, how do we, is there a way to measure students who are coming in at 14, 15 in the job training program to be able to, how do we create that pathway for them, for the district to get credit for CCMR points or funding? That's something I would like to explore with you. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. It definitely makes sense. One thing that we've been doing is working with our 6th grade campuses. We offer an investigating careers course there in the 6th grade. And currently, what's happening is that the State Board of Education is actually taking a look at switching around that course to include a course called Flight Plans. It's going to happen with 7th and 8th grade. So we had public comment on that, and we're waiting to hear back how that came out and what's going to happen with the courses that we have and if we need to change that alignment. But at all of our 6th grade campuses, we have investigating careers happening. Also, in some of our middle school campuses, we have Project Lead the Way. It really gives them that hands-on experience. It gives them the employability skills as well, which we used to call soft skills, helping them to make sure that they're prepared and ready for what's to come. As they're taking a look at their career assessments through Naviance, which is something that we're offering for all of our campuses as well. It lets them kind of see, what area do I want to go into? What field do I want to go into? And we're offering that across the board of our 6th grade campuses as well. So,
excellent.
Susan, you want to add anything?
Well, I'd like to invite you to come and observe what we're doing, because most of the students that are coming, when I ask them, do you know your counselor? And they do not know their counselor. Do you know what a GPA is? They don't know what a GPA is. And so those are so important for them to begin that relationship. And I said, when you go back to school on Monday, go find out who your counselor is. Go get to make that person your bestie, because that's the person that's going to help you succeed. But you have to own it. You have to initiate. And, and so it's, and I'm really seeing a difference in their social skills compared to before COVID, but they're still very quiet, but the beauty of this now is that we're requiring the parent to stay for the whole 5 hours so that they begin building that relationship with parent-student, because that's real key also to many students who arrive, and they're saying, but you got to stay with me, and it's like, so it's trying to find mentors. When we started this, it was through the congregations. The members of our churches owned it, and everybody wants to do something to help our students. So it's a way to also engage with community to be those trainers. And they also had businesses, and so they hired some of our older kids, because the city and county only has 750 job slots, period. And it hasn't grown for years. But I'm working with Gilbert Zavala with the Austin Chamber and reaching out to other chambers to help us find the business partners to hire our 16 and older so that we can hire 750 14, 15-year-olds. So, I'd like to really explore more deeply with you on how we can really make this something that becomes the culture of what we do to help get those TCMR funds.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're excited to support you with the youth employment program. We had 5 interns this past year.
That's right,
That
we
came from
did.
that. So we're excited to get some more, working out even outside of the Office of School Leadership. We're hoping that the other offices will get some interns as well.
We
Thank
have some
you.
that already signed up.
All right.
Awesome, yes, and y'all did that very quickly. It's like one day to the next. So
Yes, ma'am.
really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I love all this synergy. It makes me so happy. Okay, any other trustees? Yes, Trustee Hunter.
I have 2 questions and then comment question. The first is, when we calculate the TSI percentage for graduates, is it anytime they take the TSI, that last score, or like only kids that are graduating?
The highest score
Okay.
is the one that counts.
Okay.
And as you know, they can take the TSIA2 assessment multiple times. They can take the SAT and ACT multiple times. Many of them will use their fee waiver to be able to waive that fee to take the SAT, ACT. We also have SAT School Day that's coming up, so our scholars will be able to take that. The district takes care of that for them, but it takes the highest score that allows for them to be met in each of those areas.
Okay, excellent.
And you can mix and match from SAT, ACT, and the TSI as well.
Perfect.
Yes,
So we
ma'am.
get, I guess, 3 bites at the apple, maybe even more. And then I know that some schools, and it may have changed, but long ago, when I was at Sadler Means, like every 8th grader took it. And then when I was working with Dobie a few years ago, they were like, everybody gonna take it. And it was just like some kids would get the 2 parts and be like, oh my God, I'm now early college high school. Usually the math is what didn't make, but the writing and the reading part, they did really good on. Are we still doing that? Like every kid gets a shot, or we're saying, you do really good, we'll let you take it?
We're working with our middle schools. Like I shared, we have Mastery Prep, which is our viable curriculum. We purchased that for 8th through 12th grade. All of our middle school campuses have access to that curriculum and have the training that is available to them. We've been going out to the campuses and also bringing those teachers and staff to a centralized location for that particular training. So what we do is we offer it to all of our scholars. Because there's multiple opportunities for them to take and pass this exam, sometimes it's best to just say, let's take a look at it. If I know what's on that exam and I've taken it one time, it does a couple of things. One, now I know and I can study a little bit harder and do a little bit better. The second thing that it does is it decreases test anxiety, because you know that you have another opportunity to take the test. The first time you're looking at it from a lens of saying, I just want to take it and kind of see where I'm at. And it gives you a diagnostic. And we're able to use that diagnostic and take that back into the classroom with our teachers to say that if the majority of your scholars are missing this one concept, such as inference, that signals to us that we got to go back and reteach that. So that way when they take it the second time, they're more apt to do better, because we use the diagnostic information to make those informed decisions. So it is available to all of our scholars to answer your question.
And then I wonder, on the campus of ACC, usually near the computer lab, there's like this carousel of like things you can work on for the TSI, right? So I should just grab some of those out. They're like different colors, like writing practices one color, math practices one color, and anybody can just walk in there and grab those. I used to take them home to my son. I don't think he ever did one, but he did pass those 2 parts, not the math, of the TSI, and was admitted to early college high school. And I think it's I don't think parents understand. I still have parents in my district that say, oh my God, I don't want my kid to go to early college high school. You don't like free money? I mean, free, do you understand free? 12 hours, no cost. And we got in late. Like, he was a sophomore when he took the TSI. I was like, I wish he had taken this when he was in the 8th grade. He wasn't ready. But I'm just saying, you know, people, that message is not getting out to people. Because who turns down money? And especially in D1 where we're so many different income levels, but to just go to some parents and say, that's why they're not filling out the FAFSA. Why bother? We're not gonna go to college. It's free. Take a shot, go for it. That's not getting through, it's just not. And I appreciate the newsletter, and honestly, at this point, I know we're rebranding, I'm probably like one of 10 people that's reading that thing. First of all, it's, you know, I talked about this before, I think Nayeli is coming from Nayeli right now. People never know who it's coming from. Like, so if it could just be like Austin ISD Family Newsletter, right? I still get the other one for community activists. That's a good one. But I think just when y'all rebrand or whatever y'all are doing, that's something to consider, that people aren't even looking for it, right? That's one thing. And then secondly, that's like an entry into it. I don't know where it happens for families, but I think that it's important for, like you said, you were going to the elementary schools, for them to say, there's a part where your kid's gonna get to be able to get some college, right? It can be IB, it can be AP or whatever. And I think that will help with messaging, but the message is not getting through. I don't even know if you, Doc said, thank you, by the way, how you doing? I went to that family meeting. Next year, y'all gotta go to the Avid Gear Up thing, because you get to sit in a room with parents and hear their concerns and their questions. And I feel like a course could be written on just that room I was in, right? That was a great room to talk to parents about, like, what if my kid has a 504? What if my kid has an IEP? Can he go to college? Will they honor it in college? And it's just really good questions, but that's in one place once a year. And I feel like, I don't want to give PSS anything else, but I really would love for that to be camp. I know every time I say something, that's like money people, right? But just where they could have an access, and that doesn't always have to be that way. But I'm of the idea of, like, if there's something going on, AISD ought to have a table. You know, I don't know if it's a Jamaica, we ought to have a table about something. I don't know, whatever we need people to know about, we ought to have a table. If there's a FATE, a community block party, and I think like National Night Out, we ought to be at every one of those with a table. That's my 2 cents. The next thing I want to talk about is AB, IB classes, Doc Sev. Wow. I want to say this really clearly. I believe that every student on every campus should have access to AB and IB courses. Full stop. There's stuff that comes with that. If you look on my service record, you'll see that I never taught A-Push. Not once. Did you ever teach A-Push?
AP Hug.
Oh.
Human geography.
Yeah, human geography. That one was, oh, no. There is so much that comes with that. Yes. If you look at our campuses, and I'm thinking District 1, 28 schools, Northeast has 18 teacher interns on its campus, I believe. I don't want them teaching AB classes. I don't want them teaching IB classes, because it's just not gonna be the richness that we need, right? They're dealing with so much more. And what we don't understand is when you teach things like A-Push, you're teaching that curriculum. You still gotta teach the TEKS because they gotta pass that test.
Right.
So you have to be able to weave all that in. I was a master craftsman and I chose not to do that. So I'm saying that we would love to have those things, but honestly, we wanna set people up for success and not failure. And I chose early college high school because if you got a D, you still got the credit. So that's kind of the way I looked at it with my particular kid. And I want us to really think about that. We want to have everything everywhere, but we really have to think about staffing. And I know you guys think about those things all the time.
We do.
Family support. If you're going to have AP and IB on those classes, there should be some kind of orientation where you're like, welcome mamas and papas. Here's what you're in for, and here's where we need your help. Okay. And then honestly, again, I know people and money. There has to be some kind of check-in. And we have kind of pulled those positions away where, you know, people are like, will watch that thing and be able to call and be like, hey, now I was fortunate enough that the people at Northeast, I had already worked with them. Maybe like, so he hasn't turned that in. and the ACC, you know, because he gave permission for them to talk to me. And that's something else to help parents understand is that once they, especially with early college high school, you can't be calling up the professor and be like, he needs an extra 2 days, you know? It doesn't, and we need to make sure that that messaging is really, really clear. So whatever I can do as a board member, and I already told, Allie knows, have table, will travel, I will call parents, I will do whatever that support is that you need. But if we have this, we have to make sure that we set everybody up for success, the parents, the students, and the teachers, because the worst thing, like, I'm glad y'all moved that program around, because that first year when kids get that success, they'll keep going.
Yes, they will.
Because I feel like with young people, that mental health, like Trustee Zapata, there's a hopelessness in them that they seem to be just not pushing through. And I mean, I don't blame them. This is, you know, we always say, it never happened, you know, in their lifetime or our lifetime. So whatever we can do to get that initial success, I think is good. And so again, any way that I know anybody on this board and myself that we can help you get those programs to kids, especially our underserved community, with support, let us know.
Thank you.
I mean, I know the one you like, people and money. But yes, anything we can do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. Any other questions, comments? Trustee Whitley Chu?
Yes, I have a question about if there are plans or what we're already doing to make sure our teachers in middle school know about what is offered in the feeder pattern, so students are being introduced to that along the way. Because I do think it's really great. I'm excited about the community and family engagement, but it can be overwhelming for the family to be the only person who has to maybe get the information and choose for the child. And sometimes it might just happen that it gets overwhelming and no choice is made, and then they lose opportunities that start in the 9th grade. So how can teachers and all the staff that we already have at those campuses really help guide, where it's almost like you're going to do one of these, of course, because you're so talented, and they, you know, knowing that student's talent and helping them find their interests. So by 8th grade, they know and are picking that path.
Yes. And it does start with the Naviance, with the career assessment that we do with 6th grade, the investigating careers course that we have at all 6th grade campuses, Project Lead the Way, where they get the hands-on experience to really try to figure out what is it that they're interested in, what is it that they're good at, to help make that informed decision. And I know Ms. Caesar has some information from our CTE department as well, how they're working with those teachers on the
We
campuses.
just started recently working with our department chairs, trying to get them aware of the vertical alignment and the programs of studies, and as well as the principals too, because some of the middle school principals are not aware of it. So we just kind of started that work, so hopefully we'll bring something back where we've made progress.
Good, I'm glad to hear that. And then also with our students receiving special education services, you know, they have an extra touch point with the annual ARD, and we have many, you know, people in there who've been supporting that student all year. And it is brought up sometimes in ARDs, these opportunities, but maybe making that more of into our training of how we do ARDs in 8th, especially maybe even before 8th grade, but 7th grade, to say, you know, we're really noticing what the student's really good at, what the student's really interested in, and setting them up to be in one of these programs. Because, yeah, I mean, the number is a gut punch when we look at it.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other comments? Trustee Zapata?
Sorry, I forgot to mention, if you're familiar with Capital Idea.
Yes, we are.
Yes, okay.
We're working with them as well.
Okay, excellent.
And you're supposed to call me, I heard.
Yeah. So for those of you that don't know, trustees, it's adult job training program. And what I love about it, and that was a kickoff from the Summer Youth Employment, so that we can continue helping students and their adults up to whatever age that didn't get to finish their education. But it's 100% paid. It's free, 2 years for the jobs in demand, and it has full wraparound services. So if they have children, they provide childcare. If you get a job somewhere, they get you the uniform, they'll pay for everything. And the most important part is that VIP sessions, because they have whatever track they get into, that cohort becomes a family. They support each other for everything, and they graduate together, you know. So that's something that really can get so many of our students who may not, want to go to the 4-year, that this is where they can go for free. They don't need scholarships. If they get scholarships, one requirement is with Capital Idea is that they not work, so they can live off of those scholarship funds. And so Capital Idea will provide all the education. So yes, I really want to work with you on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other trustees? Trustee Gonzalez.
Thank you all for your presentation and for your information. I wanted to echo what Trustee Whitley Chu had said about increasing the opportunities for teachers within the vertical team to be aware of what the CTE and such offerings are. I had gone from a high school to a middle school in my vertical team, and so I was unique in that I had taught, and then I had taught social studies even then, so the choice seat selection always happened during my class, 9th, 10th, 12th grade year, because social studies is so important. And I was lucky because JAMA and our CTE department at Travis, which collectively there's like 150 years of experience between that group of teachers, they would organize a tour, and so I would get to go with the 9th grade kids through all of the different CTE classes, and it was like a scavenger hunt. So I know that happened on our campus where we have a team of CTE teachers that are really experienced, but I don't know if that's the case everywhere, and so I would like it for it to be, considered forward structurally. Like Trustee Hunter was saying, I taught an AP course, and when I heard mentioned in the presentation about the supports that are offered from the administration to AP teachers, I'd be very curious to learn about what those are, because I was not, I did not have them available to me when I taught AP Human Geography. And I am, on that note, I'm curious to know about the value in advanced placement versus on-ramps. I've heard a lot of confusion about where on-ramps credit is acceptable, and it seems to me that there's a misperception that it's only for if you're going to go to college inside of the state of Texas, and that perhaps pushes people away. It also seems to me that in an on-ramps course, there's like a lot more opportunity for intervention and for course correction, because if I fail a weekly quiz, it's just one weekly quiz, whereas with the AP credit, it all hinges on that massive course at the beginning, at the end of the year. There's also a fee associated with sitting for the test, and it's really, anxiety inducing for that much pressure to hinge on one 4-hour period of time. So could you, talk about that?
So I will say that one of the things we've done new this year for AP teachers is we have an AP coordinator at the district level who is also our GT and AP and IB coordinator as well. So it's one person who's doing a lot of different things. So one of the things that she works on is AP teacher cohorts. So she has set up groups where she will hold time to gather groups of all the social studies AP teachers together so they can try to build community, so they can find, like, if you're the only AP Human Geography teacher on your campus, then this way she can connect you maybe with another AP Human Geography teacher to try to build some type of community amongst AP teachers. The other new thing that's happened this year is that UT High School has offered a fall seminar, AP seminar, and a spring AP seminar. And so we were able to fund teachers that were interested in attending those. And so that would be for teachers who maybe are brand new teachers to the campus and weren't able to attend AP Summer Institute because they started on August 30th. And so that was another opportunity to support them with some of the, it was like a condensed version of AP Summer Institute. The other new thing that has been rolled out by College Board is that the College Board has a free resource called AP Classroom, which is all online, and all students are automatically, or they set up an account through AP Classroom, and there's a lot of tools and resources already created for teachers. So there's an AP video of the day that AP teachers could use. There's also progress measures and checks, like where unit assessments, so you could teachers could assign and can assign progress of like how are students doing, and it's all aligned to the AP exam, and it's all created by College Board, who creates the AP exam. So those are some of the new sort of resources and supports for AP teachers. To your other point about AP versus on-ramps, I think one of the things that we have said and we want to make sure we emphasize is that we're not in competition. So sometimes AP is a better choice, sometimes on-ramp, sometimes dual credit, early college, high school. And sort of trying to answer a little bit of your comment is that part of putting them on the choice sheet is letting students and families choose what is the best choice, because I don't want to just come in and say everyone should be in an AP course. We want them to be able to choose what's the best option for them. And in terms of the on-ramps credit, AP credit, the on-ramps credit will be transcripted from UT, so it should still transfer out of state. One of the things that gets confusing is that all of those credit decisions happen at the individual institution of higher ed. So even for AP credit, there's not a blanket way to say how the credit will be accepted. It's the same for the dual credit through ACC. So much of it also hinges on what institution of higher ed the student is going to enroll at, because that is who determines whether or not, or determines how or what they grant the college credit for. And then one other thing I'll just throw in about AP is that for College Board research, so it is from College Board, has also shown that even students who take an AP exam and don't pass, but earn a 1 or a 2, but take the AP exam, have better academic outcomes in terms of like enrolling in college and persistence in college. So some of it is also that the experience of doing that can help prepare them for the experience of future certification exams that they might be taking, other college readiness exams, or enrollment into higher ed as well. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, that was a lot, but thank you. As you were talking, I remembered that you had mentioned that one of the additional courses that was going to be added was this AP seminar course. From what I remember, does that, for a student to enroll in that course, do they have to have successfully completed other, because that was that the deal with what's the other one that was the other AP?
So it's AP seminar and then AP research. And those two courses lead to they could lead to a potential
Capstone.
AP capstone.
That's the one I was thinking
But
of.
you can't take AP research without taking AP seminar. So the AP seminar is the sort of intro course, and we are recommending it for 10th and 11th grade students, and an additional academic elective that they could take, and then they would take AP research their like junior or senior year.
Okay, thank you. I'm just, if I'm being honest, I'm wondering how adding the AP seminar course will take us a step further towards increasing these CCMR, the outcomes-based bonus. And I wonder if the administration has plans to explore this new African American Studies AP course as possibly a different way to approach that. Yeah, okay.
Yes, I can answer that, yes.
Okay, cool.
It hasn't been launched available, so the AP pre-calculus is being launched this upcoming school year, so we will be hopefully offering that as well.
Thank you. I have like 2 more questions, I'm sorry. I saw you reach for that microphone. The second to last question that I have was about this Mastery Prep program that you talked about. I wonder how the administration is considering the effectiveness of this program in how it's being instructed to students. So I looked at the TSI data. It seems to me that and I'm curious about this secondarily, how Aikens is doing so well. I noticed across the different categories, the percentages are the highest in each one of those. I know, yeah, I went there. So I'm curious if it's, yeah, that's true. I'm curious if it's related to anything in particular, if you can attribute that success in the TSI to something uniquely, and then also, yeah, how you're evaluating the effectiveness of the Mastery Prep contract, because my understanding is that's pretty heavy, and it's also very prescribed. Like there's a certain number of hours for the reading and for the math, and I worry that it's similar to what's happened with other professional development where the teacher gets it right, and then it's kind of up to them to take that and then fit it into whatever situation that they're working with on their campus.
So it's still a little bit too early to tell because we just began using the curriculum this school year and this summer with our Summer Bridge scholars that came to our boot camps. And then working with our groups of teachers that wanted to come in. We started out working with those teachers that were working with our house bill classes, also with our AVID courses and Gear Up. And now we're continuing on to expand it to some of our core classes, with our English teachers and our math teachers, making sure that they have the training as well. But when you talk about the TSI piece at Aikens, you have to take in consideration that it's also SAT and ACT, where they can get that college met as well. So it's not just the TSIA assessment. With Mastery Prep, we do have the training and the boot camps that are happening specifically for the TSIA 2 assessment, but we also have some campuses that have taken the liberty to say, you know what, we want more, but we want the training for the SAT. And so they're beginning to purchase more of the curriculum based upon the SAT assessment as well. So it's going to be a combination of each of those assessments to really help us to get to that college readiness met in each of those subject areas as well. But we'll be bringing some information to you later on about that.
Thank you. That nuance helps. The last question that I have is about the universal choice sheets. So to clarify, or just so that I'm understanding correctly, it's the same thing. Every student at every middle school that's looking at a high school is seeing the same choice sheet. Is that correct?
So it's at the high school level. The middle schools were modified for some of the specific middle school offerings, but at the high school part of it was, and it is a concerted effort across like fine arts as well as advanced academics and early college programs and CTE to ensure that some of the course offerings, so for example, like with AP and on-ramps, only the courses that were historically offered at Aikens would appear on the choice sheet. But there are other courses that could exist at that campus if there was enough student interest and voice. And so that is part of where the choice sheet sort of became universal across campuses so that all students would see the access and availability so that, you know, fine arts, maybe if they wanted to take guitar, that's a course that could be offered within our district, that all students see that so they're having more choices and ensuring that then we're building the master schedule based on what the student wants and needs are.
Thank you. I appreciate that it's used to gauge demand, because some feedback that I've heard from parents is that it is almost dissuading them from choosing certain high school campuses, because when they're filling it out with the guidance of somebody, they're being told, well, that course it's not currently offered, so don't check it off, you know? So I think the understanding of what that's for is not 100% clear to everybody who's guiding families through it.
And we can work more closely with our counseling department to make sure that we're all on the same page, working together to make sure that our families and our students know about the choices that are available to them on those choice sheets as well. We'll continue to do that.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. All right, so, all right. Thank you, trustees. Thank you to our wonderful staff. That was excellent. As part of our commitment to monitoring, the last question is to ask trustees if trustees accept the report presented as it aligns with our goals and constraints, and if not, to ask if this is still the right strategy for the district. So trustees, please raise your right hand if you are ready to accept tonight's report. Excellent. I can't see Trustee Kaufman. I don't know if he's still on.
His hand is not up.
Oh, okay. It's not. Okay. So trustees, if you are not, so thank you, trustees, for taking part in the shared commitment to student outcomes. So trustees, if you're not ready to accept the report, would you like to briefly share your feedback?
Sure. I want to thank the team. It was a wonderful report, and I think it was very thorough and very helpful. But I'm going to continue just voting no on these until we revisit the expectations for including implementation data when we have the reports. So I have zero concerns about the report that was just shared with us, but just as a matter of course, I'm going to continue saying no until we change our expectations. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Dr. Kaufman. I just wanted to note that we are, it's not in stone yet, I don't think, but we are planning to have a board retreat on March 25th to really go over how we do our board monitoring report. So hopefully that will offer some clarity there in this process. So thank you. So now we'll move to our next item, which is our consent agenda. So Trustee Kaufman, you might as well stay on because I would like to invite you to share the consent items you are requesting to remove for separate vote.
I'm requesting they remove 14.3, 14.4, and 14.5 from the consent.
Okay, great. So Trustee Kaufman has pulled items 14.3, 14.4, and 14.5. Do we have a second? Okay, so we have a motion to pull those three items with a second by, a motion by Trustee Kaufman, second by Trustee Gonzalez. Trustees, are there any other consent items anyone would like to pull for separate vote?
I'd like to pull 11.3.
11.3, okay. All right, is there a second on that one? Okay, so Trustee Zapata has requested we pull 11.3 with the second by Trustee Zapata. Do I have, okay. All right. Christine, we don't have to vote on the pulling. We just get the second, correct? Okay, cool, just making sure. All right. Any other questions? Any other consent items to be pulled? Okay. So we will, let's go down the agenda now. All right, so Secretary Boswell, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, I move to approve consent agenda items 10.1 through 10.4, 11.1 and 11.2, 11.4 and 11.5, 12.1 through 12.3, 13.1, 14.1 and 14.2, 14.4 and 14.5, and 15.1.
And I believe 14.4.
Oh, not 14.5, pardon me, 14.1 and 14.2, and 15.1.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Secretary Boswell and a second by Trustee Zapata to approve consent agenda items 10.1 through 10.4, 11.1 through 11.2, 11.4 and 11.5, 12.1, and 12.1 through 12.3, 13.1, 14.1 and 14.2, and 15.1. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, raise your right hand. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Was there, okay. Were you voting there?
No,
I'm
pointing, preparing.
Got it. All right, so before, oh yes, so at this time, okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to discuss some of, oh, I'm sorry, we can discuss item 11.1, 11.3, yes. So, Trustee Whitleach, I'd like to invite you to share your concerns about that one.
Yes, thank you so much. And so, yeah, I noticed this one. Staff has been very responsive to me about this. I've been asking questions before, but I wanted, I wanted to ask about the changes and the amount in general of this item.
So Trustee Whitley-Chu, when the board originally approved the contract for the DRE, the scope of the work was to include a facility master plan, and that was back in May of 2021. Through the process, the scope evolved into what we now know as the long-range planning. And so eventually, we looked at bringing an equity by design process. So this was the first time that as a district, we had implemented the process. So as far as the scope and what ultimately it would entail was unknown. And so through the process, the scope did increase. We did bring in, and it was heavily focused on looking at historically underserved communities. And so we created additional committees, which included academics, fine arts, athletics, technology, safety, security, resiliency, transportation, food service, and maintenance. And so as part of this process, this is a process that built the baseline for the 2022 bond program. And so ultimately, the goals from the Long-Range Planning Committee were recommended to the Bond Steering Committee, which eventually helped us formulate the final 2022 bond package. So ultimately, the increase in the overall amount was because of the increased scope, because of the equity by design and long-range planning process.
Okay, I was, I guess, surprised, which I'm, when we're working at these big levels, at the $3.17 million price tag. So is this money for consultants to meet with us and give us a report?
So this was for the consultants to work with the district through the long-range planning process. So they helped us kind of oversee every meeting that we had with the community. It also involved communications and just facilitation of the actual meetings themselves, looking at formulating the plan, bringing in consultants to really help us truly implement the equity by design process. And so the majority of it was just facilitation of the actual process itself.
Okay. So I would like us to be kind of, when we're looking at our budgets right now, and I'm looking to wanting to give classified staff raises, our teachers raises, building our capacity in the district. And so really looking at these outside contracts, that can be really easy to just sort of sign a number on. But like this number is a 1% raise for our teachers. So just looking at those trade-offs of using outside contractors and like the amount of money it takes, and then maybe it is the right amount of money to be spending, and maybe that's correct. But I think I really want us to be going line by line through these seemingly small items and seeing what we can do.
So Trustee Whitley Chu, I very much appreciate that comment, and I want you to be assured that when we think about these types of efforts, we actually are always thinking about which contracts are hitting our general operating budget, which is the budget that pays for programming and for teacher compensation. And so one of the things I want to point out is that this budget item is actually part of the 2017 bond program, which can't be used for staff compensation. And so one of the things that we did in 2017, just kind of being thoughtful that a program of that magnitude required future planning, we included line items in there to support this process moving forward through 2022. So we are always thinking about the green dollars, the purple dollars, the blue dollars. And so this is a bond dollar, not the same dollar that would be used for compensation and staff. So we're very mindful of that. I just want to make sure that was clear.
Okay, yeah, that is really helpful. And yeah, I think making that really transparent and like I said, everyone's been really good about answering my questions on this item.
So we can do, we only notated in like one little piece on the agenda item. And so what we probably need to do is to create like maybe a little bit of a narrative on some of these larger items, because it's only now like shown on the budget source, which is like at the very, very top and very, very small. So we can certainly do that, but I want to make sure it's very, very clear that in this item specifically, it is not a general budget dollar.
Thank you very much.
Of course, we can make that adjustment.
Thank you, Trustee Whitley Chu, for bringing this out, because I think it might warrant a little bit more discussion too. So one question I have is, so what we're being asked to approve is an amendment to increase the budget for DLR group by about $1 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so has this work already been done?
Yes.
Okay, and so I think my question is, why is this coming to us now after the work has already been done?
So best practice, we should have, once the original budgeted amount was reaching its limit, then we should have brought this forward as an administrative team to the board. This was caught after the fact. Part of that involved the transition in staffing in the department. But ultimately, the best practice would have been as we neared our contract limit, then we bring this to the board for approval before the work actually begins. So this was caught after the fact, and it should have been caught before.
Okay, thank you. And what role does the Community Bond Oversight Committee have on increases to contracts like this, if any?
Yeah, so the Community Bond Oversight Committee. No, we changed it from citizens to community
Okay.
because we don't want citizen to be
That's
like
right.
a limiting factor. And so as far as this type of contract, they would not see it in this way. They would see the ledger adjustments. So they would see any dollar amount that was moving to increase a budget item, they would see that. Now, they wouldn't necessarily review a contract or a scope of work. That's not necessarily like in their scope. They monitor progression of work and then also the budgets, contingency, line items, everything else. So that's what we do report to them on a monthly basis, which is our financials. And so you do see that as a line item in it. But as far as pre-approval, that's not something they would do.
Okay, okay. So I would like to just invite any comments from any other trustees on this, how you're feeling.
Yes, please.
Trustee Hunter.
I do have a question about, to make sure I understand, because I don't think I was on the board. There was already an amendment, correct? There was
Yes.
another, this is the second amendment.
That's correct.
Okay, just making sure. And that first amendment happened before we were seated? Okay, great. So I got that in my head. So my next question is, because I don't know, did the service that DLR provide, is there any part of that, think about the whole thing, that could have been done by us, if we had like all the people and money in the world, right? Is there any part of what they did could we have done internally?
So let me answer that. Any part?
Any part, any one small part.
Any part, yes, if we were not only fully staffed, but probably had augmented organizational structures. So in the current form, no, but certainly, additional investment and staffing allocations could get us to a place where we could provide some of those services. Many of them, most of them, in fact, however, we probably would not be able to provide it internally. For the type of approach that we use, the comprehensive planning process, those skill sets, you typically don't leverage them on a frequent basis. You would pull on individuals who have that experience and have done it elsewhere, not only within the state, but also the country. And so that was kind of some of the benefit of having those. It's like with large projects in general, and typically you're not doing them every single year. You do them every 5 years, which is what kind of this was. So some of them certainly we could bring in-house. It would require some adjustments, but the majority of it would have to be outsourced regardless.
So I guess my request would be that we go line by line and see, if we hire somebody, I don't know, for X, but they can also do Y and Z, and we might need Y and Z in 5 years. Hopefully they'll still be around. We would be building our inner capacity, because I'd much rather, it's done. We're like talking about spilled milk at this point, but I'd much rather us take that X dollar amount, like maybe it wouldn't be the whole amount, but part of that amount, and reinvest it in ourselves, right?
Yeah, Trustee Hunter, yes, I totally agree, and I very much am in alignment with that approach. And just for comparison purposes, in 2017, we had this as well as a whole other team that we had contracted with to do that work. In this instance, we actually didn't have the second part of that. That was all done internally, right?
Okay.
So, and that would be the aspect that was tied to the actual bond program, the pricing. Like you saw a lot of our staff run point, and that's because we were able to absorb that and do that internally. So even from 2017 to 2022, we did make significant adjustments to bring some of those skill sets in-house.
Okay.
So that just, for comparison purposes.
Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds like what I'm, in my non-finance business mind, that makes sense to me, right? I don't pay somebody to clean my house because I can do it, right? That's why I had children, right? Basically, you take out the trash, you empty the dishwasher. So what I'm saying is every time we can find that, let's do that, right?
Yes.
When we can do it. Now, you're right, we don't have the systems, people everywhere, but as we begin to get our systems aligned and doing better in our district, let's change our frame of reference and be like, can we do this in-house? And they're like, well, we've always done it with the contract. Like, wait, what part can we not? That doesn't tax our staff, overly tax our staff. I think it's just a good idea. Or it's a request I'm making, rather. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hunter. Any other comments on this? Oh, sorry, David. Yes, Trustee Kaufman.
Thank you. I would like to thank Chief Ramos for the explanation, and I appreciate, I think it's always problematic when we are spending 7 digits, but I understand that we are investing in engagement, in developing a long-range plan that covers a lot of different areas. I understand that we're investing in equity by design process, which is, something that we are learning how to do. And so I appreciate that there may be a need for outside consultants to help with this work. I also am very understanding when plans get changed and when sometimes, especially during transitions, there are, slips where the processes aren't followed the exact way they're supposed to, and that, sometimes we have to correct for those mistakes. What I would like to ask, though, with all due respect to Chief Ramos, is that we're very, specific with the language and with what we're asking. It was a little unclear to me when I read this 2 weeks ago that this was money already spent that just needed to be paid. So this is one of those situations where the board seemingly has no choice except to default on a contract that we, was executed by a partner. And so I think I would have liked that to be a little more clear, that this is paying for services that have already been provided. And then I would also just like to ask that when we're referring, I don't quite agree that best practices was the right term to describe the process. I believe, according to the, the contracting laws and the policies that we follow, that the administration is not authorized to spend those funds until they've been approved by the board. So it's not just best practice, it's actually the law or the policy of the state or the district that the board approve these contracts before the money is, before the services are provided. So I'm very sympathetic with, that in times of transition and in trying to undergo a huge project, that process wasn't followed, and that I'm happy to correct for that now by approving this. But I just want to be precise with the language and make sure that we're, that the board is fully being advised about the situation.
Trustee Kaufman, this is Matthias. I'm not sure if you can see me, but no, I'm right there with you. It is definitely not how we would want to do this. Not something that I've necessarily ever done. It's one of these things that we're having to clean this up. It's not a great place to be by any means. But I also want to be very clear that you are right. It's, there's differences between best practice. There's things that are policy and there are things that are by law, and procurement law specifically. So no, I'm right there with you, Trustee Kaufman, and I apologize for the poor choice of words.
No, not at all. I just trying to set expectations moving forward, and but I'm fully supportive of approving this. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Trustee Boswell.
I appreciate the conversation, the transparency, the clarity that is that we're putting out there. So thank you for that. Agree with everything that's been said, and just want to be sure we're looking ahead as we're budgeting as well. We're talking about policies and practices and how this got through, but also of our capacity as an organization not to do all of this work. I understand it's deeply specialized, but also that we need deep engagement within our district often. And I feel that we have lost a lot of the people and the positions that do that work from a day-to-day, day-to-day in our district, and really that we're thoughtful as we budget to make sure we have the right foundation we need to do that engagement within our community, and then supplement when we need it. Because I think that local knowledge, the people who are connected, the people who are part of our community are an important piece of any engagement that we do. And so I really want to be sure that we hear from you what you need as an organization from us as we're looking at budgeting, to be sure we have the internal partners to work with any external partners we bring in when that's needed. And I think looking ahead, we have budgeting that we're going through, and we need people within the district to help us with that. We have the superintendent search. We hired a firm with expertise, but we need our own people to amplify their expertise, to complement their expertise, to fill gaps in their expertise, because they have expertise in hiring superintendents. They don't have expertise in knowing us like we know ourselves. So I really would love guidance on where we might consider that going forward. So we can do as much as we can in-house and support any consultants that we bring in. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from trustees? I have one request, Mr. Segura, my request to be going forward, if there is a situation like this that happens again, that it is not placed on the consent agenda. If there are any votes that kind of are funky in any way, if it's a major departure from our traditional practice, so it goes beyond contract approvals, but if there's something that's like a major departure from our practices, it just helps build trust with the community and with us if we just kind of say, hey, here it is. And that way we could have probably addressed some of these issues during the board information session as well. But I appreciate it, and I know that it resulted, this outreach resulted in a bond. So, clearly it was a good investment, but it's just, obviously, I think you understand the importance of putting things in the right order.
President Singh, I'll do a better job of kind of tagging the ones that might be a little, just ones that I think might need to be raised to the board in our community for awareness purposes.
Thank you so much. All right. So now we have to approve this agenda item. Is there a motion to approve item 11.3? No, not 11.3. It is? Okay. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong agenda. Yes, 11.3.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay, so we have a motion by trustee Boswell to approve item 11.3, a second by trustee Sabata. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? Abstaining? Okay, so we have, trustee Kaufman, I didn't catch your yes. And I have a question for our attorney. Do we count the votes of people? Okay, so we have, we have 8 in favor and 1 abstaining. That's trustee Lugo abstaining. The motion passes. All right. As I mentioned earlier, there were 3 additional items, 14.3, 14.4, and 14.5. Those are HR, human resources issues, and so we're going to discuss those in closed session. And then we are going to come back in open session late tonight after our work session, our executive session. We'll come back and we will vote on those 3 items that have been pulled from consent. So for now, looking at Ms. Badillo, did I say everything correctly? Okay. So we will now recess the open meeting at 9:05 p.m. and move. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Kaufman.
Oh, yes, trustee Kaufman.
I just noticed that item 13.1 that was approved on the consent agenda is a resolution to approve the naming of a track in honor of Coach Leslie Riggins. And I understand that I don't believe Coach Riggins is in the audience, and I don't believe that any people from Northeast High School or Early College High School are there. But I do just want to publicly acknowledge that we did just approve naming a facility after Coach Leslie Riggins, and wanted to publicly thank him and the Northeast community for that for bringing that to us.
Appreciate that very much. Thank you. All right, so we will now.
Can I also-
Oh, God.
Can I also ask, could we announce the other two consent items on human resources, since those are not public, the appointments are listed on the agenda, but the actual individuals who were just appointed?
Oh,
is
yes.
not-
Would you like to do that? Or would you like us to do that?
Sure, I could do that. So agenda item 14.1 was for appointment of special assistant to the superintendent, and that was, the appointee is Ms. Heather Petrosini. We thank her for accepting that position. And then the 14.2 was appointment of bond executive director for implementation and communications, and that individual was Ms. Melissa Larson, who also has a long history in our department, and want to thank her as well.
Great, thank you. We appreciate both. Trustee Kaufman, is there anything else before I? Okay. I know. So.
Sitting all alone in a hotel room, so I'm bored.
We'll now recess the open meeting at 9:07 PM and move into our open work session, correct? It says here executive session, but our open work session pursuant to Texas government, and then an executive session after that, yes. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, and 551.071. When we are finished with the work session and the executive session, we will return to open session to continue the meeting. So, what, do I need to say something different?
You'll need to read that language again from the work session.
Oh, okay, yes, that makes sense. Thank you, appreciate y'all.
All right, y'all take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break? While we get this going.
Y'all need a hand?
I think. Where's the camera?
All right, well, good evening once again. So we are going to resume in our open work session at 9:24 p.m. And this is I think this is the first time we're doing this. But really, this is a way for us to have the trustees to have more of a conversation around the work plan that our interim superintendent is about to present. So, Mr. Segura, it's all yours.
All right. Trustee Foster, would you like to sit? Let me get your binder. Trustees, appreciate the opportunity to have a conversation and to continue to collaborate with y'all as we progress through various initiatives and work plans. Before I get going, I just want to communicate to y'all my extreme appreciation to the team. Like, they have done tremendous work in a very short period of time. And we're going to talk about some of that. This time here is to introduce to you where we are. It's going to serve more as an update. We'll talk about steps as we move forward through the work, and also talk about how to continue to get feedback and input from the trustees as we move through this process. So, and I do not want to keep you all here super late, because I know we've got another section after this. But I do want to communicate to y'all kind of my observations as I've been in this role for now 7 weeks or so. I've been 7 wonderful weeks. But one of the things that I continue to do is look back, right? Kind of what haven't we done that we said we would do over the last several years? And one of the things that I observed is that these initiatives, and there are many of them, there are initiatives that were communicated to me in this role as the interim superintendent. There were initiatives that were brought forward to the board a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and so on and so forth. But they don't all necessarily end up being executed in the way that I think our community and y'all as a board expect, right? And what we're seeing is that the weight of the system, the status quo, is really one of the biggest barriers that keeps us from moving forward. You've heard some of that today. You've heard, like Dr. Fannin just recently talk about spreadsheets, right? All these things that are continuously impacting our ability to get these initiatives across the finish line. So just communicating that this is a significant amount of work, and that the system itself is one of our biggest barriers, right? These constraints that we have. So I want to talk about strategic thinking, and that these initiatives that were brought forward, we have many of them, but the ones specifically that were tied to the work associated with this phase of transition, that we needed to create a comprehensive plan that could be defended, right? Something that we could show to y'all as trustees how we were going to do the work, something that allowed our teams to understand how those work processes were going to impact each other's work, and then also get to a place where we understand what's too much. Like, what are we saying that we think we can do that we really can't do? And that happens a lot, right? So we're going through developing the initiatives and the plans, defining the reliance and divisions. Everybody has to go to Ed. He's got the money. But how long does it take for his team to review documents, provide meaningful input, going through a process of getting the approvals? Like, all of those things have to be considered. And so what we're going to be working through are those types of plans, so that you can kind of begin to see that connectivity. And then ultimately where we want to get is to a place where we can present and report to y'all on a frequent basis where we are on each of these initiatives. Like, that's the goal, right? And those tools aren't fully developed yet. We're going to get y'all's input as we move towards that milestone. But to even present something to y'all, we need to first make sure that we can actually do the work, which is what we're doing, what we've been doing over the last several weeks. I've teased the team multiple times. Like, sometimes I have to get all of us in a room, buy them lunch or dinner, and we just have to map it out. And I think once we begin to do that, you realize how dependent all of us are on one another, and how often we don't think about our work and how it impacts another person in the division. So this is an example of some of the work that the team's done. So some of the risks that we've identified, and these should be known to y'all, but certainly want to touch on them. Organizational silos, you heard Dr. Fannin talk about that. You've heard me talk about that. Y'all are certainly very aware of it. Overlapping dependencies. We've talked about aligning expectations. I've observed in the past that we'll say, we're going to do this really great thing by the second semester of 2024 or 2025. And then all of a sudden, 4 weeks before the board meeting, I'm like, oh my goodness, what do we do? Are we there? And what we often find is we didn't get there. And so that's what the work's about. And then the other thing I'm really endeavoring to do is to have the organization think through each of these so that we know when it's too much. And there's a lot that's going on. You know, we had the original, you know, number of, I don't forget how many original initiatives that we had, and that's been expanded and collapsed. And I want each of us to think through the work so that we know when it's too much. We talk about removing, you know, different tasks and obligations from our teachers and principals. Well, we have to think about that as a system as well. And so it doesn't mean that any of these initiatives are less important. It just means that you might approach them in a different sequence or cadence because the dependence on the system and a specific organization may change over time. So all of that is part of the work. Just want to make sure that y'all.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
I tried to Google it, it didn't come up good. What is overlapping dependencies?
Yeah, so overlapping dependencies are within the system, and we look at different things that have to occur before a task can be completed.
Oh, okay,
right?
I'm good. I just wasn't sure that was the right.
Yeah, and so for us, what we often don't think about, and this is something that we're working through right now, is what thing actually has to happen and in what sequence for you to do your job. And what I've found, and I'm being a little vulnerable here, is that at times we have not been comfortable kind of letting others know what we need from them, right? And it's just one of those things. I don't know if it's a function of K-12, but it's often hard for Matthias to say, hey, Trustee Hunter, I need you to do this, this, and this to help me do my work. Like that dependency, that logic in the sequence really has to be understood so that Trustee Hunter, you know what the obligation is for your work as it impacts my work. So that's what we talk about overlapping dependencies. Those aren't necessarily all known, and as we go through the work, we're finding them, and I think all of us are becoming very surprised about how many there are. And so so this is one of the most important things that when I think about the work that I want to communicate to you all, is that we have to be able to prove that we can actually do the work. Like, I'm never going to want to put something out in front of you all that I can't prove. And that requires thoughtful planning, it requires resource allocation, it requires figuring out systems even in place to support that initiative. And so for us to get it done, we have to map it out. This is a different graphic that's on one of our walls upstairs where we're beginning to think about all the initiatives that we have, all the opportunities we have to engage the board. How do we engage the board, right? We have board updates, we have board retreats, we have board meetings, we have board information sessions, and now we have board work sessions. These are all like really great opportunities, but I need to tell y'all what I need, or what the system needs, and when, and what we need, right? So this collaboration can continue. And what we don't want to have happen is 2 months pass, all these things that we said we wanted to do don't happen because we didn't provide the space for the conversation to occur. So again, this is again just a progression of the work. Different conference room, but most folks are great about not erasing stuff once you put it up. You can erase, but just kind of showing y'all some of the things that are actually occurring in real time as we work through all of this stuff. So next steps. Each of the initiatives, as well as others that have been brought forward, like the ERP that we talked about earlier today, that's not necessarily an initiative that was brought forward through this process as I moved into this role, but it's one that has to be discussed. It's one that has to be communicated out, and it's one that I want to make sure that y'all are aware of. So you'll see kind of that introduction of those initiatives. And the other thing is we want to make sure that we're really getting to a task level deliverable, right? I think oftentimes we bundle tasks, but in reality, there are like 4 or 5 things that actually should happen. And so we're really kind of challenging ourselves to get to a place where we can prove that we can actually do the work. And that's going to look different. Each of the initiatives are kind of at different phases along that process of being developed. You heard me talk about predecessors and dependencies. You talk about the dependencies, about what can happen in parallel, what can happen in series. We're moving forward and identifying at what points in these initiatives are we truly at risk of not delivering. Right? Like, I need to be able to communicate that to y'all early. Let's say that we have an initiative that requires hiring, I don't know, We can talk about LSSPs. We can talk about instructional coaches. Those are some lofty goals. 60, 70, individuals that will have to be hired. Well, that's the human capital process. We think about it as a special education, or we think about it as a academic process, but really it's dependent on human capital, right? And so if we're moving towards a goal and I have to hire X amount of folks to support the work by a certain period of time, and we're not getting there, like, you need to know, right? And then I need to course correct, or we need to course correct and figure, okay, well, we have to have a recovery schedule, or we're gonna have to reallocate resources to get there ultimately, or readjust the goal. And so I just wanna make sure that that's kind of how we're thinking. Like, we wanna make sure, like, you're not surprised whenever something isn't happening. We know what's on the critical path, and we're telling you kind of what the limitations are. You've heard me say this over and over again, and I will continue to say it. Some initiatives are 6 and 9 month initiatives, some are 18. And that's okay, that's totally fine. So as you go through the work and as you look in your binders here in the near future, you will see that some of them, like the safety and security plan, that really has a finite date of August of 2023. That needs to be rolling, which means that all the things that have to occur, the training before that, the development of the documents, if there's going to be a guidebook that has to be printed, right? There's 2 weeks for printing. It has to be translated. How many languages are you going to translate it in? When is the content going to be delivered? When you think about, well, how are you going to get the content to get to where it needs to be? Safety security committees, engagement, getting input from principals and teachers, like all of that has to be mapped out. Because what ends up happening is the translation, the development of that's just like the tail end of a long whip, and they get pushed hard. And that's, if we truly value putting documents out that are accessible to all of our communities, we have to create space for it. I feel so bad for the times that we have not created time for that to happen, right? And then all of a sudden we have folks in this organization working very long hours over the weekend doing translations, and that just can't happen. But to do that, that means that the entire process has to acknowledge that is a space worth protecting. So that's kind of what we're working through right now. So we talk about board collaboration. In front of you, you have binders. You can open them if you'd like. And for Trustee Kaufman, I will get you your documents. I apologize, but I will get them to you. As you move through, you'll see kind of an overarching table of contents. It's a live document, so there'll be PDFs there. But what we're showing are the different initiatives, kind of the person who is being held accountable. Again, that's different than responsible or informed. And then where we are in that progress, right? Because each of these is a comprehensive initiative, and it's going to take some time. We're developing the reporting tool you heard me talk about, and we're going to move forward aggressively to have these be finalized, these plans themselves, by y'all's March board retreat. Okay, that's it's a little ways away, but not too far. And so, the team has been working closely with some of our partners to progress the work. But I also want to be thinking about different ways that we're going to communicate. Right? And so what you'll see here is, this is something that I think is worth sharing with y'all, is, we talk about report cards. I'm happy to say that we will have printed report cards next year. But sometimes we'll say, hey, we're going to do report cards, but you have to think through like all the different things that actually have to happen to get to a printed report card. This is a lot, right? And if you don't know this, if I don't understand it, and the individuals who lead these different groups don't understand it, then it won't get done. And so this is an example of a way that we will map some of these processes. We're not going to do it for all of them, but the reason I'm sharing this with y'all is because I'm trying to communicate, A, how complex the problem is, the challenge that you're trying to correct, who's involved, right? Parents, campus, IT, different groups. So each of them owns a different aspect of this. And unless you have a detailed plan, you're not going to get across the finish line, right? So this would be like an internal, logic flow chart that we would use. Again, just communicating internally and understanding who's responsible for what. So then we think about kind of outward-facing graphics. This looks busy, but what I'm going to tell you is that this is a draft of some of that work that we did on those whiteboards. When we got, the school leadership, we got academics, you got multilingual, you get everybody in a room and you begin to map out like what the academic process is, it becomes very, very complex. And many individuals who lead divisions own different aspects of this. And so I don't want to spend a ton of time in it, but ultimately for us, it starts with the teacher and the student, right? And the relationship between the two, right? Which is instruction and assessment and observation is kind of moving back and forth. And then from there, you think about all the different elements that are moving into the classroom, and then who is it moving through, right? And it's a lot. And so again, this is just an example of the types of things that we'll be producing so that when we're communicating to our community, this is the initiative, this is what we're trying to resolve. It's not going to be like that, I don't want to say computerish, but it's going to be something a little bit easier to, a little friendlier. Yeah, there you go, friendlier. There's a lot here, and we can spend a lot of time in this, but it's helpful to understand that when you think about like academics and the curriculum, like this is all owned by one vertical in our organization, and then you have school leadership here, schools, elementary, secondary. That's a different vertical, right? Then you think about the data warehouse and technology. That's a different vertical. Like all of these are coming into the classroom. And then you think about the special education services you provide and kind of the throughput of all of that. It is complex. And so what's good about it all is that we're understanding it, and we understand where we have identified deficiencies. But to truly kind of move the work, we have to have complex plans because it's a complex problem. And so these are just examples. They're ones that we've developed as part of like internal working documents. But as you move forward, you'll see these kind of come out. We talk about the fact that we're going to have special education. We're going to communicate in a different way about many of these initiatives. Like we're going to be using some of these tools to do it. So I know we don't have a tremendous amount of time, but in each of the tabs that you have, and there's a couple other flowcharts that you see, which you'll notice are the initial detailed work plans. They're going to be different based on the amount of length in the initiative, as well as kind of where we are in the progression of the actual work product. And so, like I said, these are not going to be final until December, but I wanted to get y'all like comfortable with the type of report that's going to come out and the level of detail that I'm expecting to see as we progress the work, right? So we can defend it. And so each of the tabs has a different work product. We're going to be aligning everything and bringing this to y'all. There's still refinement to be done. And again, I'm very mindful that our team has done a tremendous job. They've done amazing work, and they have day jobs. And so we have to think about, what resources can we bring in to assist. We've already made some adjustments. We have some existing partners already that are working with Oscar. We're able to use some of them to help us, support the team in project planning. We've also made some internal adjustments to help out some of the workflows. Again, because it's, and the hope is, and what I keep telling the team, and I think all of us agree, if we get through this first part of thinking through all of the detail, the reporting, the tracking, the understanding of where we are will be so much easier, and we'll be so much better positioned. So these are y'all's binders. We're providing them to y'all today. We can take them back, you can keep them, you can have your name on them. As we progress through the work, we will provide updated inserts, right? So like we think about the Multilingual Education Initiative, like in about a week that will change, only that will add more detail, right? We'll have the predecessors, we'll have the dependencies, like all of that kind of progress. And so what we'd like to do is to say, hey, you have your binder, here's an insert, just so that you're always kind of having the updated document. Again, moving towards the board retreat in March. And here's one of the things I want to talk to you all about. Before the board retreat, we're meeting as a big team, because now we will have known everybody else's dependency on the work, and we may have to make some adjustments, right? If we look at human capital, poor Brandy, and everything is coming to her at 1 month, like you got to do this, and this to accomplish my initiative, then it's my job to communicate to the team kind of what adjustments we need to make so that we don't overload, one aspect of the system. And then also be mindful of the fact that we have that annual cadence of the system, right? Hiring teachers, going through, that's all still going on. So that's kind of the thought, the approach that we're taking to this process. It is a little different than what we've done in the past. It does it. But I just want to pause there. Again, this is not, we didn't want to make this a space to like provide like details on each of the plans. You'll have that opportunity. This is really kind of introducing where we are in the workflow, what's coming next, and what to expect as part of future engagements with the board. I'm pausing there. I said a lot.
I love it. Can I just say that?
So you're trying to hear infographic nerd.
I appreciate, so what I'm picking up from your description and like the big picture concept of how we'll be working together and the work that you're doing with your team, it's business process mapping. Don't get me started. I love it. I love it. I love it. It is project management, which is fundamental. It's like you cannot have an initiative if you don't know who's overseeing that project. Everything's a project, right? I mean, that's what they say. It's a lot of information to take in.
Yeah.
So I'm sure I'll have questions and comments, but like just my initial reaction is, yeah, no, this is great. This is great.
Well, I appreciate that. The team's worked really hard. I mean, they've done such a great job. Like, I feel like sometimes, you know, I think I have something in my head and I'm not communicating well, and sometimes Heather has to like, you know, Matthias, like you do say it this way. But they've been tremendous. I think the system's responding well to it. I think we all see at this point the light at the end of the tunnel. And if we get it all figured out, it should be a better balance to the work. It really should be. But we cannot dismiss a known conflict. And what I'm saying is, you know, all these initiatives just by themselves, or maybe 2 or 3 that at one point in time will have a conflict. And I need to come to y'all and say, trustees, like I know you wanted this to happen at this time, but based on where we are and what's happening, you know, this is going to overload a certain aspect of the system, and that means staff are going to be impacted. It means that you're not going to get the high quality deliverable that you need, and it means that we're probably going to miss milestones. We're not there yet, but that's part of the work. So. Yeah,
and have it not be anecdotal, but like based on, okay, how do we know this, right? Yeah.
Yes. So, yeah. Trustee Zapata? I'm sorry, I'm not, I know.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm all just like amazed. I can't take my eyes off.
This is conversational.
No.
Good.
I don't want to select anybody.
Anyone can speak up, you can call up people, I don't care.
No, I really like this because it really helps me really think more about what I'm going to be asking you to do. You know. And I want to be hold myself accountable too. So, but I'm thinking, how did you identify the top 14? Because I know there's a lot of things, right? But, and do these very, as we do this work, are we going to be able to make an impact in our legislative requirements, like what we heard tonight about CCMR, and you know, how can this work lead to results?
So on the first question about how this list came to be, most of it's from y'all, to be honest. You know, when we started this process of going through the interim transition, it was clearly communicated to me kind of expectations from the board, right? I can almost name them without kind of like looking at something. And so that's where we started, and then we had the board retreat, right? And then the board retreat, others were brought in and expanded to about 14. And then we began to collapse them because we realized that, you know, really this is very similar to this other one, and for work purposes, it makes a lot of sense to combine them. And then we also introduced ones that are just known initiatives that we have to consider, like the ERP, right? That's one of the ones that hasn't been discussed in the same way, but really does require the same attention to detail. So that's how we got to this list. As far as incorporating all of the ideas and that we have to support our students, like this should actually help it progress much quicker. Because we talk about the things that aren't happening. Well, one of the reasons they're not happening is because the system can't absorb these ideas. It just can't. So I think that opportunity does exist, and what I can promise you is as we work through these plans, understanding what y'all's concerns are now and where we want to go as an organization, I can help kind of weave that into the conversation and the plans themselves. And then report back to y'all on our one-on-ones or as a group, so that absolutely does exist.
All right, because I was just curious about where health, mental health, and fits in one of these.
Oh, yeah. No, so it's going to fit in a couple of them, and that's what we keep, so you talk about academics, we talk about school leadership, and, you can almost, so academic vision, like there's things in here where that'll be woven into.
Okay.
What I don't want to do, and this is where I struggle with the team, is I don't want to like an initiative to me is one that is going to move the system, right? Like it's going to improve how we do work to better support students and staff. If we accomplish that, then these adjustments, right, that we talk about even today with CCMR or maybe even others, like we should be able to incorporate those a lot easier, frankly. So yeah, all those are, and again, as we go through the work, if you say, Matthias, where is this, then I can help you find it. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that everything is in here, but I don't know that everything should be in here, because there is so much stuff happening day to day already. And just because it's not in here doesn't mean it's not a priority for certain. Like one of the things that's actually not in here is the 2022 bond program. And it's not because it's not an initiative. It's because given the work that we have in this period of time, like we're pretty good. Like we can let that go, and I will continue to monitor, and we'll have that in here. But it's just everything can't be an initiative.
Thank you.
Strategic initiative, I should say. So.
This is such a different way of doing things. When I'm looking, so of course I beeline to the section on special education because that's probably our biggest priority right now. And so that's in section 6. And I know we're not deep diving, but I just want to call out so that people can see and understand the level of detail and clarity that's here. And Drew Robinette, I'm sorry, your name is on everything. Are you okay?
Accountable, not the only one responsible.
Yeah, okay. But, I mean, what I see here are the things that I think we as trustees and what our community has been begging for is just some real clarity on what is the district doing. So I see here develop task 1, develop quality standards for the SPED department. 2, training, and you have subtasks who's what trainings and who's gonna attend and who's contract with Stetson to provide follow-up, campus technical assistance for step-by-step training. That tells me you guys are on it, so I don't have to send y'all 100 questions through the tracker to find out if you're on it. And I think that's part of the reason staff have probably seen a big decrease in the tracker questions is because there's more trust there. You're doing the things, so we don't have to look for it. So thank you for doing this work, and thank you, Matthias, for
team's work.
Yeah, for making this happen. And if TA is watching, I want y'all to know that this is I don't know if there's any school district that is doing this. This is a best practice for any school district in Texas, I think, to think about project management and special education.
Well, that's about to get expanded because there's detail that needs. We talk about progressing the work, so it'll be even more robust. But President C, you brought up a really, you talked my mind about something I wanted to call out. One of the biggest frustrations that our staff has is, I'm being vulnerable again, but it's again kind of being out there and is the way that training is introduced to them, professional development, right? And what we've observed is that sometimes because we're not talking to one another, we create conflicts and we're competing for time. We're competing for teachers' time, we're competing for principals' time. And there are a couple instances that I'm not going to speak to specifically here, but where we have 2 things that we're asking a teacher or a principal to be trained on occurring at the exact same time. That has happened, within the last year, a couple different times. And the only thing I can think as to why that would happen is because we hadn't built out a professional development schedule that aligned with the initiatives, and so that's what we're trying to get through. But that's one of the like nice outputs of this. Is like if it's all aligned, then we should be very clear as to who's getting what and when, and then everybody understands how the training schedule is going to occur, so there's no confusion, no conflicts, you know, and that's just another thing that we talk about, Brandon and I talk about all the time, is we are fighting for time, right? And we can't just add more things to teachers. We can't just say, hey, we're gonna give you more days. No, we gotta like think about what the resources that we have with them and leverage it.
I want to be really clear when I say this. We are not cranking out widgets, right? But I know from firsthand experience that education cannot continue as it has. We're not a one-room schoolhouse. We don't have 5,000 kids. This is a huge organization. But in education, I'm just going to speak from the level that I'm at and where I'm in my life, we're not even trained to think like this, right? That doesn't happen. When I opened up a business, I told them I have a business coach because I cannot make the leap from my business brain, right? If I practically give my services away. I'm like, you need it? I'll give you my business goes like, you cannot decrease your prices no matter what. Either they have the money or they don't, right? They'll have to pick and choose the services. I'm like, but their teachers are in need. She's like, you cannot do it. But for a long time, people have wanted to put business ideals into education, and I have been very resistant, but I didn't have a business then. Now I understand that some of these things are necessary when it's scaled like this, right? You can't, and so I'm really, people and money, I know, but I really think that principals, could use a lot of this, right? Because it's a minor organization, right? And there's so many things going on, and the things that you're talking about, those happen on campuses all the time. It's like, well, we have, and so we plan out things like, and I'm not trying to, because I haven't taught in a long time, but I get to school, I'm gonna take an SCA, but a Freedom Rider is in town, so we're gonna have a pep rally, and here's the Freedom Rider. I'm testing today.
Yeah.
Right? And so I used to just, while we were waiting for the speaker, be quizzing my kids, but I'm saying things like that happen all the time, so that when we set out a system, it needs to run like that. And that's not the way things work. We take opportunities, we throw stuff in all the time, because it seems like a good idea. Programs all the time, like at the beginning of the year, I went and I taught at Christmas tree schools. They just hanging all kind of ornaments on us. Because it's money, right? Money's come with those ornaments. And so we do that. But that means the teacher now has to answer like this part for that part, and this part for that part, and this part for that part, and this part for that part, right? And I just happen to be very detailed. We had a TIPS grant one time, and they came back at the end of that grant and said, if you have documentation, you could get paid $500 for every initiative. There's like, you gotta be able to say that kids came into the room. Well, I keep a spiral when kids sign in. Done. You have to be able to prove you had 75 two-way communications. I'm dropping that stuff in ECST because that's how my brain works. There were teachers pissed off because they lost out on $1,500 because they didn't have a system. I mean, that's why I teach systems, right? So, but I'm saying that this is not natural to us. It's not. And it's not a bad thing that it's not natural to us, but I think our brains need, this should be a course that we're taught systems. I mean, I probably wouldn't be able to make money at that point, but because that's how I make my money. After market, after you graduate. But I'm saying these things are not taught, right? Like the things that you're teaching here are the same things that I'm teaching teachers. So first day of school, we stand at the door and say, how do you want this to look? How do you want kids to move around the room? And then we design the room so they can only move that way, right? We don't keep people log jam. You don't put your stuff at the door because they'll all be in the hallway. And we just go through those steps, but that's not our brains as educators. So thank you for this, and a small thing, thank you for the multicultural people. Start looking at all. Thank you for the multicultural people. That's a small thing, but when I look at documents, I see that, right?
Oh, I will turn down trust me, I've had things come my way, I'm like, no. Renderings, no, you have, and that's
and the community notices that. We put out something one time with have your kid come to a school or whatever, and it was or have your kid go to the best school, but it was all white kids and one Asian kid. And people were like, what are we saying? Yeah. So, but those kinds of things matter to me, and I appreciate that. But I think that as we build out systems and we learn systems, Like, that needs to funnel down however it can. I don't know, but that's just I think it's really good, thank you.
Yes, and I know you and I had talked about like just the concept of like a project management office, project management unit. I mean, not that every organization needs to have a standalone supporting office. What I love about what you've shared with us so far is that it's internal capacity building. I mean, do you know how expensive, if y'all were to if they were to hire a consulting firm to do.
You're looking her straight.
So you and whoever else, this can truly change the way the system works, but it can also be like this self-feeding organizational culture thing, right? Because an organization can be healthy, but you can't be healthy unless you have, like, how do you do things, right? Not the policy and procedure, but like, hey, how do we do things, right? Because that's what people are going to observe. Like, what do my coworkers do? How do our departments work together? Do we take into account that, God bless Sylvia or Sheila or whatever you're gonna have to tell me the person's name. Whoever does translation, like now they're having to work long hours. Like I should know that if I'm going to need her or them to help out. And so that's the organizational culture piece that like until we get this, man,
Well, it's just a little, you heard me talk about values and like we need to really like hold our values true if we're gonna create these initiatives and these plans. Like if our values include making sure that our families are getting documents in their native language, then we need to do it. We need to create space for it. And that takes time, especially like on complex documents or graphics. I mean, like you lay something out in English and then you lay it out in Spanish, the space changes. Like this would look very different, right? Because the words have different lengths, and like that requires time. So no, I totally agree with you. But you know, it's just part of the work, and the team is doing an amazing job. Like they're doing great. I'm very excited that they've embraced the work, and I think many of them. I'm not speaking for y'all, but appreciate kind of really thinking through as to what can and should be done and in what sequence.
And then one last comment, and I'll share the floor. The graphic that you showed us for the report card, dude, I have been waiting for some real talk. And that's the real stuff. I swear, if I hear one, not that I'm going to hear it under your interim administration, but what was so frustrating. And not necessarily to anyone's fault, right? We all kind of have our style, our leadership style, whatever it is. I hated hearing, yes, we're gonna do that. For real though, for real, are y'all gonna do that? When y'all gonna do that? Well, we're gonna make it a priority. What does that mean, right? And this is what I've been waiting for. It's like, show me, like, great. And we'll show you grace as a governing body if you tell us, you know, here's why X will take 16 months, 24 months. Then it's like, okay, well, if I can understand it, then yeah, you know, I can, and back to your point, I can defend it. And not defend in the stance of, right, like defensive and fighting, but defend it as in, I can stand behind this. I understand why, right? And ultimately, as somebody who's an elected official, I want to be able to, you know, look somebody and say, here's what we're doing to resolve X, right? And here are some of the short-term things that we can get done. You know, I can't, knowing good and well, there are going to be things that we're going to take time. Whether we like that answer or not, it's the reality, right? So.
I think sometimes we want to please so much. You know, I think we want to do the best we can, and we will sometimes say something and put it out there, and not necessarily know that we can do it, and that gets us in trouble. And so it's just part of the learning process. We're getting there.
So what I see with this is
plan for getting things done while you're taking care of people. And I think every time we look at a monitoring report, every time we talk about our data, that urgency is so black and white in front of us and so real. And I think there can be ways of addressing that urgency by piling on to everybody, or there can be ways of addressing that urgency by slowing down and really thinking. And I have to say, the quantity of thought and work in 7 weeks, honestly, this is mind-blowing. This is beautiful. In 2 weeks, I am even more impressed.
You did it 2 weeks.
And
like 8 days.
Okay, so I'm even more impressed, but also not, I suspect this took different ways of thinking and different new skill sets that maybe not all of you had 8 days ago. So when you talk about the values that are embodied in this and here and what we're hearing around this table right now, and you pull out our values, this is innovation to get us toward academic excellence. This is a culture of respect, transparency, and data-informed decision-making. This is engaging our employees and inviting their collaboration. It's aligning resources to our students' needs, all in the service of our students and our organization and the adults who are here to do that work. So it is a really inspiring, exciting document. And I think, Trustee Hunter, you talked about, seeing business and education, and I think we're living in a moment when business principles have been applied to education to turn things into widgets, to systematize, to pay for performance, to assume that data tells us everything we need to know. And this turns all of that upside down. And I have immense faith that this aligns better with our values and will get us where we need to be better and faster than any kind of typical ed reform, which has shown over and over and over and over that it doesn't work. And people keep pouring money into it and creating high stakes systems to push it. So I'm very excited about this. And I really appreciate the recognition that doing this requires a culture shift, that it's okay to say, I can't get that done. It's okay to say, we need to rethink it. And that I really challenge everyone. I know that this board is a deeply humankind board, and know that we expect and know that there needs to be safety in that, and that needs to be honored and rewarded. Not to say we can get it done in a way that looks like it's done on paper, or we can get it done by making the people who work for us be here all night, all weekend, every day, forever. And we're with you on that. We will honor that. I speak for myself, but I think I can speak for all of us. That will support you and back you up on that. So thank you, I'm excited.
First step, we got ways to go.
You have a long way to go, but it's a really, I think it is a step that I really believe in. And it's a step that I'm excited to see. And I'll have a lot of comments because I already looked.
Oh, you'll get plenty of time to get your details.
But yes, but it's very, very exciting.
And there are incredibly talented people in this organization. Many of them are sitting right there. And so, they understand what needs to happen. It's just kind of putting the process together to ensure that it does. And so, Dr. Robinette will say, it's been 2 weeks, but it's been in her mind for months and months and months. And so, no, it's been a great start. And so, a lot of work to do, but we're feeling good about it.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would like, go ahead.
So, I got my PhD 2 decades ago, and I've been in education 30 years, and I've seen a lot of superintendents, I've seen a lot of administrations, and I've seen a lot of this work, and So this, I don't want to be ironic or paradoxical, but this has me profoundly worried because I haven't seen superintendents think this way. And so help me understand how you take something that I think is brilliant and powerful, and it aligns a whole lot with my siblings who make money in the real world and how they think. I love the way Trustee Boswell put it. It's deeply human in its application of, I don't know, I guess you call them business principles, but what Trustee Lugo talked about in terms of project management and systems thinking, et cetera. So what creates the successful transition so that, because unless I were to look at these and all of these are done in 6 months, right, which is no, what creates the successful transition so that this continues unimpeded and becomes part of how we do business if this is the best way to operate?
Can I just add something really quickly? Great response. Well, I think part of that lies with the board, right? Part of that is going to be transition planning within the administration, but I think part of that is, like job profile questions. What questions does the board come up with? What questions does the community come up with to get at, not just the spirit of what you're providing to us, but the actual methodology. And setting that expectation and man, I don't even want to say these next words. And we're all going to have to just own the fact that it's not going to be easy to find a superintendent candidate who's going to walk in the door and have that same systems thinking, right? That's why you have capacity building. That's why you have these beautiful, wonderful, smart, intelligent people who work for this organization, right? So I think both that's a little aspirational and gooey, but it's also, at the end of the day, we're gonna have to look at how are we hiring that permanent superintendent? What are we looking for? What are the trade-offs? There's always a trade-off. And you know this because you've done hiring. It's horrible. Right, Brandy? No. It's great. So that's just from a trustee perspective, but. Yeah.
I think the goal is to create systems that cannot be eroded away.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And if you're thoughtful about it and just building capacity in the system, it'll be fine. It just has to get ingrained.
Yeah.
And this is y'all's work.
It can't hinge on a person.
Correct.
It has to be a system.
That is my belief, and I think that, this is the board's work, this is the system's work, this is all of our work together, and so it doesn't matter who's in this seat or who's in y'all's seat or who's in their seat, it needs to continue on, if that's what we believe the work needs to be, and I think it does.
I have a thought. You had mentioned, like a project management office, right? Mm-hmm. These are initiatives underway. They're going to eventually run themselves. I'm probably using the wrong word.
Well, so that's one of the things that I challenge the team. When do you know that you've accomplished something? Mm-hmm. How do you know when you've done something? And that's what's part of the milestones and deliverables as part of this work is we should be able to look back in 2 years and say, this initiative was completed, and the reason we know that is because this, and this happened. And so, that's part of the work. As far as, I don't want to kind of go down that path, but as far as project management goes, there are some school districts that do have project managers, or some even in Central Texas that have had it in the past. I think for us, we're not at a point where we can afford that. We are at a point where we can provide additional tools for people who are positions and organization to kind of have that purview. And then, to be honest, I mean, some divisions have different skill sets, just because of the division they came out of, you know? Oscar's skill set and what his group is generally gonna have is gonna be different than what is coming maybe out of academics. And so we just need to make sure that whoever's supporting these initiatives at the highest level, because we are holding the chiefs accountable, right, that individual has the resources to produce this level of work. We made some adjustments in special education. We moved some folks from operations into special education to progress the work. And so we can look at, you know, kind of retooling and adding capacity so that as people come into the organization and assume certain roles, they can do that. You know, I think for project management, that's something we can explore, but I don't know that we would get to a place where we have like a whole project management group.
And
That
it's
probably
actually
is
better to
sustainable.
have it embedded rather than as a silo. Yeah.
Well, I think just allude to your point, and Trustee Hunter, you know, if the board expects to see deliverables in a certain way, you know, because these people are amazing, but they also have their own way of doing things. And so sometimes we get different types of documents in different forms with different levels of granularity. So once we establish kind of what the expectation is, I'm more than confident they'll go produce it. And it's just kind of building up the capacity, the templates, the logic, and then letting them go, or anything else. And then monitoring.
I would also imagine, and I'm not speaking for the people in this room because they can do what they want to do, but I know that for a lot of people, working in a space where the expectations are clear, that's an added bonus, right? That's an added bonus. If you come into work and you're like, "What? You ain't done it yet? You know, I need that by tomorrow," or whatever. I think that this also may add to a sustainability in our workforce, at least in this building. You know, or not because we don't want everybody in this building, but for when we talk about this level, that would be more sustainable for your staff.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I totally agree. I think a lot of them would nod about wanting to know, you know, not only what they're doing, but also what the expectations of their staff are. And then I think what's equally important is knowing when you're supporting a different division, because their work is hypercritical to our students and staff. That a lot of times that's not communicated within the organization. You know, it just isn't. And it's just, I don't know if it's a function of, you know, K-12 or what, but it's just not always known. So we're really trying to get that so everybody understands how they're impacting others. I mean, if Ed's processes took 2 months, then it would slow us all down. But if everybody's asking for certain things to come out of finance, you know, what comes out of finance? Well, you know, staffing, like we talked to, you know, Brandy said earlier today at a different meeting, you know, she doesn't create job positions. That's budget, right? And so there's a whole process that finance has to go through before we actually get to where Brandy can actually post something. And then if you're asking a division that needs the support, you're now asking finance and budget to work together to produce this opportunity for someone to actually pursue to get into our system. And so there's a lot of that. And so the dependencies are important. All right. Anything else?
Sure. When I first started teaching social studies, I had ideas about like cool projects that I wanted to do with kids. And it took me a while to understand that I can't just like give them days and say, create. There have to be like daily checks, and then there have to be, you know, hourly checks within those like daily checks for progress. And when I look through the different sections that you've given us here, I see that, and I also see a really intentional focus on how people are going to use these things, you know? Like, how is someone, a child, meant to experience special education? How is a teacher supposed to acquire the resources that are intended for that child, you know? And that's really great. And I also want to say that I, like, when was this? When were we at Harris?
Oh my God.
It's hard, I know. Was it Wednesday night?
Was it Wednesday? 2 days ago?
You guys are talking about 2 days ago. We're talking about like a month ago.
Oh, yes. So I had 3 meetings that evening.
Me too.
So I was like going back, I was like thinking about, Harris, that's right. Met with a teacher, it was the teacher group.
Yeah, so I was at Harris, and I got to listen to the teacher focus group with Matthias. And there were 2 teachers that I saw the next day at the Teacher of the Year purpose, and they both commented about how seen and listened to they felt during that meeting, and how the answers that you gave, they felt very honest and really genuine, and that respect for the experience that they were bringing, and then also that you made it a safe space for people to feel that way. And I hear that, and I see all this, and I really appreciate it. I think that if I would have been a teacher and I would have known that things like this were happening, on the outset, to connect what felt like a very dysfunctional space that I was in, it maybe would have encouraged me to hold on a little bit longer. So I appreciate that. And just thank you.
We should do that.
Dr. Kaufman,
Oh,
you're missing out on all the fun.
I couldn't get him the detail.
But you will be happy to know there is a section on multilingual education. That looks awesome.
The whole tab.
Yes, yes. With graphics. I wanted to give you space to comment as well, Steve Hoffman.
Yeah, let me.
I'd like to take a moment to just invite staff. What are your thoughts on some of this?
Thank God. I'm very thankful. I'm going to speaker, but I'm personally very thankful because I think in systems as a human, and so it's really helpful. We've been talking about like alignment and like really where's the roadmap and how do we all have, where are the touch points and engagement pieces. So it's incredibly, it's daunting and it's relieving at the same time. And it's funny because as I know you're going through there, one of my projects is actually, it's a project to take away projects. Truly. And so it is so that we can get rid of and do some weeding of things that we're doing, and it will build out because it's very dependent upon other departments looking at their systems and saying, we don't need this anymore. So it's got its own kind of checks and balances even built into it. So we're incredibly thankful that we are being very thoughtful with how we're using the resources so that we can pump as much as we can into the support for campuses, specifically in the classroom.
Mr. Hicks, did you?
I don't know if I'm just standing up. I'm thrilled at the work that we're doing. I think the project management is something that is a part of all of our jobs. And you think about what you do every day, from decluttering your house to landscaping your yard to coming to work and creating an academic vision. It doesn't make a difference what it is. In the end, you have knowledge areas and processes that you are following. You're starting out with some initiation, you're planning, you're executing, you're monitoring and controlling, and then you're closing out. Because a real project does have a beginning and an end, and you can see the rainbow. It might be the 6 months that Matthias was talking about, it might be 18 months, but along the way you're experiencing milestones, and then, as he said, and I truly believe this, you're able to prove that the work is actually being done. And what it does is the confidence that we all have then turns into confidence for you that it can be done. And then everybody becomes a little bit more courageous, and maybe the next project is even a little bit bigger.
Drew?
At the expense of getting sentimental over project management, I have to acknowledge, and I have to acknowledge that there are things that are obviously not in the plan, or in the plans. That what I mean by that is missing pieces, because I know that there's permission and space for them to develop. What I have not experienced, and have experienced both in a synergistic way and a way of trying to figure out and figure things together, and I think we all have, is the experience that you're having tonight. What's not in the plan is that we have gone through multiple sessions with our own superintendent, side by side, teaching us and coaching us. I am your student, Trustee Gonzalez, Trustee Hunter, that said, what's your rubric? What do you mean? What do you want that to look like? Because we have, this is not about a performative plan. This is about a process to improve our work as a district. And I want to express, and I'm not doing this for anyone else, but I feel like I'm in good company, gratitude for Matthias. And he knows that. He's seen it in my text, and he's also seen it in my text, like, I've blown it, I don't think I got it. He was like, because there's also, this is a vulnerable space. I appreciate so much the comments you made for all of us, but it's the beta version. It's step one. This is a journey, and there's a different level of permission that had we brought in external folks, had other people, it would have been, and if you hire the post interim superintendent, if it's about the project management process only, without the relationship and the trust of people owning and sharing the work, that would be a tremendous risk for, and a sad thing for us as a district. There is something in the relationship, and I say that with such gratitude and respect, of having the patience. That's not in the plan. Like the meetings, the mapping it out and going no, and drawing and going no, that no, and the hours of someone who, including the folks in this room, probably wants to say, can you not say it in a paragraph? Can you say it in 3 words? But to like get you there, I work on that. but genuinely trying to seek to understand. So the process is not just about project management. I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's about coming together as a team in a safe space and saying, let's not just say you got 3 days, or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, figure it out and codify it, but let's figure it out together. Let's try. Oh, yeah, that wasn't clear. Let's figure that out some more. That is the only potential that we have as an organization to sustain momentum together and do the real tough things and the real right things that are of value to our kids. So, thank you.
Hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Chief Equity Officer Holly.
You like saying it.
I do.
Oh boy, I knew what I was gonna say, now I don't. But I was downright weepy when Matthias went to the whiteboard that day and started asking questions and talking, and I could see where we were going. It was just like, yes. And as a person who's been here 3 years and had 4 superintendents, I was like, I can do this. This I can do. And the other piece of it that was so important was the way that this is being done and led by Matthias is building trust among us. And the other day I heard him say something in this process, right? Because it's like Drew just said, it's not just about these Gantt charts and all that. It's the way we're interacting with each other. I use the term humanizing and harmonizing. Like we're doing technical work, but we're listening to each other. Our team's putting together things, but we're picking up the phone, calling folks and saying, hey, we're writing you into a thing, right? And there's a different conversation and there's a different tone. And you would never think that Gantt charts and all the stuff I love, I'm like Trustee Lugo, just wig out over it. But it's doing something to us. Not just our heads, but our heart space. And so I'm just incredibly grateful for the organization, the sense-making, the purpose, and just the trust that, at least I feel, that's being built among us, and not the competition and the Hunger Games. I used to say, this place feels like the Hunger Games, right? It's her fault, it's their fault, it's not my fault. And something about this process allows all of us to be vulnerable and not have to know everything and not have to pretend that we know everything. So that interdependence is, for me, just so encouraging and energizing. Technical work, but head and heart work.
Awesome, thank you.
All right.
That's amazing.
I guess I have one question based on what you guys have shared. Dr. Helen, Dr. Robinette, how do we make sure what you guys are talking about, not just the work, but that trust, that safety, that rewarding of collaboration and risk and safety, reaches everybody else? And reaches everybody else quickly, because people need it. We've lost some of it and we need it.
I think it's contagious. I said the other day that, when I talk to people on campuses, they're speaking differently. And I actually told Matthias in a meeting, some of us were in there, the communication, at least what I'm hearing from teachers and principals, the clear communication and consistent communication is what seems to have people in a place of optimism, at least for the folks I talk. I don't get to talk to as many people as Matthias does, clearly, but I think communication and clarity and just doing what you say you're going to do, the integrity, the values we have, I just think that communication and integrity is crucial, and people are feeling it, and I think it's in the way we're being treated. I always say what starts in central office ends up on some kid, right, somewhere, no matter how we treat each other, and I think people are learning different ways to treat one another. You don't have to be up here. Matthias is telling us, I don't know everything. I don't know everything about your area. So guess what? The rest of us don't have to try to pretend that we know everything about everything else. And so that can become a contagion. At least that's my take on it. I know we're gonna treat people in buildings differently because we're being treated in that, we're being treated in a way that we wanna pass on to other people.
Thank you.
The tone that he is setting in this room and in the chief's room, to be allowed to, not only be allowed to, but to be directed to stop operating in triage mode, that is also contagious because people feel that energy, right? You feel it, and the pressure is immense. And he's allowing us room to breathe and truly think through what it is we're trying to accomplish. And when we do that, our teams will do that. And when our teams will do that, our campuses will feel it, our principals will feel it, and their teachers will feel it, and the kids will feel it. It is systemic in that fashion. So I think it is already catching on.
Good question. Well, we're all doing sentimental scan charts and all this, but I just have so much love and appreciation for this organization and for all of you that are putting your heart and soul into this. And to figure out a way to operationalize all of that into a binder is quite a feat. And I know this is just the beginning. So I think we can just say thank you and see if Trustee Kaufman, as usual, has any last words. I'm just kidding. Trustee Kaufman, please.
You're on mute, Trustee Kaufman.
3 years. 3 years we've been doing this.
My hand down, that was one step. I wasn't gonna say anything, but I appreciated that you opened it to the other, the staff in the room to talk, and that really was powerful to hear that conversation around the impact. And I really appreciate the idea that what happens here and now and what happens on that whiteboard trickles down through the organization. And so a big focus that I've had since joining the board has been around reducing the culture of fear that I hear about from every single principal I talk to and have heard from central office staff for months. And so I really appreciate the acknowledgement that this can start to break down that culture of fear, just like the communication has started breaking that down, just as some of the positive interactions with people started to break that down. And I'm hearing about the humility and the recognition of, that we're better all together than we are individually. We know more as a group than we do individually. And so what we can learn from one person, they can teach us. I mean, we teach something to someone and they teach something to us if we collaborate. And so, but the part that really triggered me to want to say something was when Dr. Robinette was talking about how we're going to figure it out, we're going to figure it out, we're going to figure it out. And FIO and figure it out is something I've heard a lot in the last year and a half. As a negative thing, as that the directive was, you need to get this done, FIO, figure it out. And so this idea behind coaching and collaborating is just what our district needs. So I just want to note that and thank you for that.
Yeah, I think I just want to kind of echo I don't want to think of just trickle down, because I have never experienced trickle-down positivity in any organization that I've worked in. And so maybe it's possible, and I'm hopeful from what I'm hearing, but making sure we're listening up to what is needed, not to get in the weeds on all these different initiatives, but to make sure we have a good process that is known, and that is also how much teacher time does a teacher find this valuable? Do they have time to do the things we want to do? Because there's never been enough of it, and that is the biggest strain on our kids in our schools. So just being really school focused.
Yeah, I think Trustee Willie Chu, strategic abandonment is going to continue to be on this initiative, an initiative that we wholly support. And you heard me earlier talk about professional development, training, just anything that we're considering and anything that we're even wanting to explore as taking time, from the campus. We need to understand why that is 1,000% aligned with our values and our initiatives. What we can't have happen are all these things that are not strategically aligned, right, with our values, not thoroughly vetted, make their way down onto the plates of our teachers. And so, I'm right there with you. I do think it's going to be bottom and up, which means that we need to be out there, having conversations, visiting the campuses. The leaders in this organization need to be out there. There are things that I've observed, that I didn't necessarily comprehend in the same way until I saw it in action. And so, no, we're right there with you, and I really appreciate that comment. So, we're moving forward. Just to summarize, we're going to be providing updates. Feel free to leave your binders if you'd like. If you want to leave them in the office, and then you provide little red notes on there, then great. We'll be setting up times to get feedback from y'all. But we're also moving towards completed documents before spring break, so that we can have them for the retreat, and also so that staff isn't working at all during spring break and need a rest. So that's kind of the schedule that we're on, and we'll continue to provide opportunities for engagement with the board specifically as well. And hopefully this format worked. Not take up so much time on a Saturday, maybe 45 minutes, an hour after the board meeting.
Great.
Okay.
Good stuff. All right, thank you,
Very well.
Matthias. All right, so now we will recess the open meeting, right? Okay, at 10:38 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, and 551.071. What we're going to do is we're going to go into exec session and talk about those 3 items that Trustee Kaufman had pulled. We're going to come out and vote on that and close out the meeting, and then we're going to go back to exec session to talk about a couple of other things. So when we are finished with the executive session, we will return hear your stuff.
Well, you did great.
The Board of Trustees has entered into executive session.
We'll now reconvene the open meeting at 11:16 PM. Trustees, thank you for the discussion. We will now consider those items pulled from the agenda, which are items 14.3, 14.4, and 14.5. So and I believe can we group them all together?
I would take separate motions.
Okay, all right. Trustee Boswell, do we have a motion regarding 14.3?
Yes, I move that we approve 14.3.
Okay, all right, having a motion by trustee Boswell, second by trustee Zapata. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Trustee Boswell, do we have a motion regarding item 14.4?
Yes, I move that we approve item 14.4.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by trustee Boswell and a second by trustee Zapata to approve 14.4. All those in favor, all those in favor, raise your right hand. All right, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. And now trustee Boswell, do you have a motion for 14.5?
Yes, I move that we approve agenda item 14.5.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion to approve 14.5 with a motion by trustee Boswell and a second by trustee Zapata. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. All right, so we will now go to our next executive session. I'm very sorry, people. So we will recess the open meeting at 11:18 PM and move to exec session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, and 551.071. When we are finished with the executive session, we will briefly return to open session to formally adjourn the meeting. The adjournment will be recorded and will be included in all replays of tonight's meeting. Thank you for joining us and have a great evening.